Good evening. This is the regular meeting of the Ojai Planning Commission, January 15, 2014, in the council chambers of the Ojai City Hall. Members of the public wishing to address the Planning Commission on items appearing on the agenda are requested to complete a speaker's card and file it with the secretary prior to the meeting. Cards are available in the lobby. It's these green ones. Speakers should state their name and address for the record and limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. Comments must be directed to the Commission and not to the audience. While Planning Commission is in session, all in attendance are expected to maintain order and decorum and obey the orders of the Chair. A roll call, please.
Osborne, Crabtree.
Here.
Foster.
Here.
Becker.
Here.
Merck.
Here.
Nicklin.
Here.
Nolan.
Here.
Commissioner Becker, the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This evening we're doing selection of Planning Commission Chair and Vice Chair, and I'm going to ask for nominations, please.
I'll nominate Commissioner John Merck.
I nominate Commissioner John Merck.
I'll second that.
Any other nominations? No. All in favor of John Merck being chair?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, change your seats.
All right. Okay. So now we need nominations for a vice chair.
I'll make a nomination for Commissioner Crabtree for vice chair.
I'll second the motion.
All right. Are there any other nominations? Could we have a vote on that, please?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right.
Okay, trade places with Commissioner Nicklin.
That's okay. Okay, we're going to start with public communications. This is the time set aside during the Planning Commission meeting for members of the public to address the Planning Commission on items not on the agenda. Matters raised at this time may be briefly discussed by the Commission and will generally be referred to staff and/or placed on a subsequent agenda. Under state law, other than for emergency items, no action can be taken at this meeting. So is there anybody that has an item they'd like to discuss that is not on the agenda? Bob Daddy, come on up.
Yeah, it's been a short 24 hours since I had the pleasure to see you all. I would like the commission to have a discussion with the city council. There was a long talk about absentees and percentage of meetings. I would hope that you can impress upon the council that the commissioners are on many different subcommittees, and those subcommittees are as lengthy as our planning commission meetings or longer. And lots of times with complete streets and some of these other things, they take the better part of a day, not just a meeting time for 1 or 2 hours, better part of a day. So I would really like you to sit down with those on the commission that want to, what do I want to say? They want to score or they want to keep the strict attendance. If we're going to do that, then I believe the commissioners need to get some credit for all of the other times they put in. They don't see the 10 or 15 or 20 other days or 30 or 40 other days a year that you're out there. They're taking a look at this thing and said, well, somebody missed 3 meetings. No. Somebody may have missed those 3 meetings and had 20 other meetings, because I've been out with you commissioners on these other items. So I want you to kind of remind them that if they're going to score that, they really need to score all the other times that you're out there in the streets with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else that has an item not on the agenda? Okay, we're going to move along to the consent items. The consent calendar is approved by a roll call vote in one motion. Should any member of the commission wish to discuss or disapprove an item, it must be removed from the consent calendar and considered as a separate item. The one item we have is the minutes of the regular meeting of the Planning Commission on December 18th, 2013.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Thank you. Could we have a roll call, please?
Nicklin?
Yes.
Foster?
Yes.
Becker?
Yes.
Crabtree?
Yes.
Merck?
Yes.
Nolan?
Yes.
Okay. Next item is the Municipal Advisory Commission Liaison Report, and I don't believe we have a MAC representative here. The next meeting for the MAC is on January 27th. That'll be you. Okay.
Hey, John, just a quick point of order. Who's our city council liaison for this evening? Me. You're going to be here for the duration. I would invite you to take Commissioner Osborne's chair. Don't mind. He will be here?
Yeah,
Maybe we
he's
can
gonna
arrange to have a
arrive.
chair brought up? Okay, great.
Okay. Thanks, Betsy. All right. Next item is disclosure of site visits and ex parte contacts. Commissioner Nicklin, let's start with you.
I visited the sites.
I also have visited the sites.
Visited sites, and I've talked to a few interested parties.
I visited the sites and had a discussion with the city attorney this afternoon about the landscape ordinance.
Yeah. I'm familiar with both the sites.
And I too visited the sites. I did have a discussion yesterday with the city attorney regarding the landscape ordinance, and I was contacted by several members of the public on a couple items.
Thank you. And Commissioner Osborne, we were just discussing the ex parte contacts and site visits.
Oh, yes. Well, I have been to the site regarding the cell phone tower placement at the Lutheran Church. And not exactly an ex parte visit, but I believe it's item 4, where's the rest care home. That, I have a conflict of interest because my residence is like a block away, so I should recuse myself for that item.
Okay, thank you. All right. Now, we come to our public hearing items. The first item on our agenda is a conditional use permit 13-03, design permit DRP 13-10, and tree permit 13-2 for the construction of a new wireless telecommunication facility located at 1290 Grand Avenue. We have a lot of people here to talk about this tonight. Could we hear from staff, please?
Good evening, commissioners, members of the City of Ojai. My name is Josh Janowitz with Rincon Consultants, and I'll be taking you through staff's presentation this evening. Sherry, if you could switch the presentations, that's actually the follow-up one.
No, she's doing it. It's, there we go. That one. Thank you.
There we go, perfect. So the item before the commission this evening is a proposed study session to consider a wireless communication facility at 1290 Grand Avenue. The purpose of this evening's meeting on this item in particular is to conduct a study session and a study session only. And just so that the community and the members of the commission are aware, that means essentially that the commission will not be taking any formal action on the item. The main goal, or the main reasons why we're all here, is to hear the presentation from staff, get a little bit more information on the proposed project from the applicant. And of course, last but not least, we're here to receive public comment from both the community members and from the members of the commission on the details of the proposed project. And we're also taking comments on the draft initial study and mitigated negative declaration, which was the CEQA document that was prepared for this project. A little bit more information is that the project will be, this is more of a procedural matter, the project will be continued to a future public hearing at some point, probably during the month of February, although it could be later schedule permitting. It's important to point out that the draft initial study mitigated negative declaration comment period has been extended to January 27th, 2014. So I think to date we've received approximately 28 comment letters. We will likely receive additional letters as the comment period continues on. As part of CEQA compliance, we will be preparing a final initial study and mitigated negative declaration, which will include responses to every comment received during the comment period. It will also include a mitigation monitoring program that will include all the proposed mitigation measures and would include various requirements for compliance. So all that information would be packaged up and presented both to the Planning Commission and to the community at some date in the future. Just a note with respect to RF radiation, which I know has been is a hot topic typically associated with cell tower applications. That's not the primary focus of tonight's meeting, although I'm sure it would be brought up. Just one thing to clarify is that with respect to public exposure and RF radiation, the FCC has established standards that limit RF radiation as part of these projects. So as long as the FCC, or as long as the proposed project is underneath those FCC established standards for RF radiation, it's not the Planning Commission cannot use that as the primary basis for denying a particular application. So that's just a point of order. It's not to say that that issue can't be discussed tonight, but it just can't be a primary consideration for denial of a particular application like this. So with those notes, we'll move forward into the presentation. What we're going to deal with tonight is just providing, as a staff, we're going to provide the commission and the community with some general background information and try to give at least the Planning Commission some context, both on the proposed project site and surrounding the project area. We're going to provide a brief description of the project, talk about some of the general plan and zoning issues that are associated with a project like this, and then we'll get into a brief discussion about some of the various design review elements and the potential environmental impacts that are associated with this type of project. The first slide here is just a vicinity map showing the project location in red, and it also shows the current city boundary, which is the part that's not shaded green as it relates to the project site. And then it also shows the relationship of the properties that are actually in the unincorporated portions of Ventura County, which are primarily the orchard properties north of Grand Avenue. The surrounding land uses generally include single-family residential. The general plan and zoning designations for those areas are medium-density residential, and they surround the project site to the northwest, essentially surround the project site. There is a small pocket of agriculture and open space to the southeast of the site as you travel east towards the eastern city boundary. Here's essentially what I'm going to do now is take you through a series of photographs that start at the northwest property line and essentially travel east along Grand Avenue and then travel south down Los Alamos Drive. And also they include photographs from the southern property boundary, which is at the cul-de-sac at the end of San Ramon Way. So starting at the northwest property line, here's a panoramic view looking east along Grand Avenue. You can see the orchard property that's located in the county of Ventura to the north in the foreground, and you have the mountains in the background of the photograph. This is a photograph looking south through the property near the project site's western property line. That open field area is essentially the existing setback that exists from the western boundary of the facility to the existing residential properties to the west. You can see at the right-hand side of the photograph. A view of the existing school playground that's on the western portion, west of the school facility itself. You can see the Lutheran church sign there in the foreground. Here's sort of a pulled back view from the northern portions of Grand Avenue, looking south. Obviously, we're looking at the primary church elevation. Sherry, you know, use the pointer on this. Is there a laser pointer on here? I'll point out a couple key features. Maybe there isn't, but the approximate location of the cell tower would be sort of, you can see where the pitched roof starts to go up on the existing church facility. So in essence, it would be in the center of the photograph, and it would extend approximately, there we go, we'll get the pointer just to clarify. Thanks, Sherry. The general location of the tower would be, well, it doesn't show up on the screen, but the center of the facility would rise approximately 30 feet above this existing structure. Here's a view of the existing parking lot along Grand Avenue on the east side of the existing church facility. This is essentially the tie-in point for the underground utilities that would be extended to the proposed facility. So the utilities would actually be located beneath this parking lot and would extend south and west to the project location. Here's a view looking west or northwest from Grand Avenue and Los Alamos Drive. Again, the key feature in this photograph is the orchard property to the north. And this is just panning a little bit to the east. You can actually see the characteristics of the mountains in the background, and also the open field and the agricultural uses that are adjacent to Grand Avenue on the north of the project site. Here's a photo taken from approximately the first residence located along Los Alamos Drive. It's looking straight west towards the church's existing east elevation. You can see the row of sycamore trees that are planted as landscaping along the central portions of the parking lot. These are two shots. I apologize for the size of the photographs, but essentially what they show are views west from existing front yards of the residential dwellings that are located along Los Alamos Drive, particularly 622 and 574 Los Alamos Drive. The photograph on the left-hand side of the screen shows the view from essentially the curb in front of 622 Los Alamos. The picture on the right-hand side shows the view looking northwest from the residential dwelling that's located at 574 Los Alamos Drive. And if you look closely, you can see the sycamore tree that's that orangish color in the center of the photograph, and the proposed facility would be just to the west and south of that existing sycamore tree. Here's a view north from the southern property boundary. This is actually a little bit east of the cul-de-sac that's located at the end of San Ramon Way. And again, the proposed facility would be just to the left of those two trees that you can see in the background. A photograph from the San Ramon Way cul-de-sac looking northeast. You can see the existing church facility plus the existing trees that are in the background, and then obviously you have the mountain views that are present from this particular location. This is a good shot showing how the homes orient along San Ramon Way. You've got residential dwellings, the side yards of residential dwellings kind of backing up to two or three, I think it's two existing lots that haven't been developed yet there at the cul-de-sac location. But in general, you have a side yard elevation fronting the southern property boundary. I'll give you a quick summary of the project. Again, the parcel boundary is shown in red. The site's about almost 4 acres. The proposed project would occupy about 2,200 square feet, which is in essence 50 by 40 area. You've got the circle in green that shows the proposed location of the tower, and the small rectangular box within the lease area that would be the location of the equipment shed. The northern setback would be just over 200 feet, as would the setback to the south. And then you have setbacks averaging approximately 190 feet, measuring from the center of the tower, both west and east from the facility. The black dash line that's shown from the northern property boundary extending south and west is the proposed location of the subsurface equipment conduit that I described. So in essence, a trench would be established through the parking lot, and then the utility lines would be underground. Those utility lines would include electrical, telecommunication, and water lines that would be extended from the facility south and west, approximately 275 feet. Another important point is that the proposed tower would be 65 feet in height. And up to 12 antennas would be located within the tower facility on the upper portions. The electrical would be ran to the proposed equipment shed that would include electrical equipment, an air conditioning unit to control the climate within the facility, and the western portion of the equipment shed would be used as a diesel-powered backup generator that would be used in the event that there's a power outage. It's important to note that it would not be used on a regular basis. It's just for emergency purposes only. And so you'd have periodic testing approximately once a month just to ensure that the facility functions properly. It is not proposed to be used as the primary means to power the facility. This facility would have a grid connection, so in essence, for the majority of the time, it would not generate noise. The project would also be unmanned, so there would be no staff present at the facility on a daily basis. So it would essentially generate it would possibly generate some incremental traffic, but that would only be due to periodic maintenance. So you would have a truck or two potentially accessing the site to do periodic maintenance, but there would be no regular traffic associated with the facility. Landscaping is proposed along the southern and eastern boundary of the equipment shed in accordance with the city's landscaping standards. And obviously, to help conceal the tower, it's proposed to be a eucalyptus tree. And actually, staff has a sample of the tree back in the office if the commission's interested in seeing it. But there has been, the applicant has made an effort to try and camouflage the proposed tower to some degree, and it has tried to locate the tower adjacent to existing trees to help essentially reduce the impacts to visual resources in the area. Site plan that just is a more detailed engineering type drawing that was provided by the applicant. This is a drawing showing the general configuration of the proposed antennas. You can see them in the bottom left, so they're proposed to be in sort of a triangular configuration, and up to 12 antennas would be proposed and attached to the tower. The proposed elevations are shown here. They're hard to view on the screen. My eyes are going, so it's especially hard for me to see. But in general, it shows the existing elevation of the church, which is approximately 20 feet in height, and then the center portion of the illustration shows the proposed height of the tower. So you can see the proposed tower, although it's proposed to be a eucalyptus tree, it does extend significantly above the existing elevation. And this is the south elevation, and I believe the eastern elevation of the proposed project. South and west, I apologize. Just a similar view showing the general configuration of the site from the north and the east. Again, it just illustrates, I think another important thing to point out here is that it shows the height of the existing trees, which are approximately 35 and 45 feet tall. So the facility would extend up to 20 feet above the existing trees. These are a series of view elevations proposed or prepared by the applicant. This is looking southeast from the northwest property line. You can see that the tree is proposed just to the left of the existing playground structure. If you recognize it, it's sort of in the right-hand portion of the photograph there. Here's a view looking west from Los Alamos Drive. Again, you see the tree profile there extending above and beyond the existing trees. A view from the San Ramon Way cul-de-sac. Again, you see the tree structure extending above the existing elevation and also extending and partially obscuring a view of the mountains in the background. Here's a view closer to the eastern boundary of the project site, again from Los Alamos Drive. The shed structure is in the foreground, and it shows the proposed landscaping, and then you have the tree just to the north and to the west of that proposed shed structure. This is a view looking northwest from Paseo del Robles Corridor. Actually, it's looking northeast, I should say. It's a little harder to see because this cul-de-sac actually terminates, and you'd have to look dead east to see the facility where the view, so it's a little difficult to see based on the existing trees that are there, but the tree is visible in the background. It's tough to see on that photograph, I apologize. And again, this is a view looking southwest from the northeast property boundary, and I think the tower is it's obviously visible behind the existing church elevation. This goes through and briefly summarizes the general plan consistency policies that staff is going to have to go through as part of a more formal analysis after tonight's meeting. Some of the policies to highlight are just that, and these policies were taken directly from the city's general plan land use element. One of the primary policies is to make sure that any project retains Ojai's natural setting, small town character, and some of the scenic features. There's a policy.
Thank you.
There's a policy that talks about limiting the extension of urban services, talking about limiting density or development to an appropriate density, making sure that appropriate buffers are provided as an example. It discusses proper bulk and mass setbacks, maintaining view corridors and other similar policies. Also, it stresses consistency with the city's open space conservation element, safety element, and noise element. And it also, last but not least, talks about limiting development where native habitats are present, and also where development, might have physical impacts on Ojai's small town character. Zoning standards. These are the primary standards that are applied in the public, or what they refer to as the quasi-public zone. This property, being zoned public and quasi-public, has development standards that are variable. In fact, the majority of the development standards are left up to the discretion of the commission. For example, like some of the residential zoning and other zoning districts in the city might have specific requirements for setbacks or building height or site coverage, as an example. In the public and quasi-public, those standards are really left open, and they can be interpreted by the commission. So some of the proposed development details are listed here, but that's why, with respect to determining consistency, that's why we left it as to be determined, because it's really up to the commission's discretion as to whether or not this particular development has met the development standards, which include setbacks, height, also landscaping requirements. Some of the other unique characteristics associated with a project like this are the development standards that are included within the telecommunication portion of the zoning code. Those particular uses have specific standards that apply just to telecommunication facilities. So we'll get into some of those standards. The overall guidelines encourage towers to be located first and foremost in non-residential areas. And there's the goal to try and minimize the number of towers in Ojai.
Excuse me, could you be quiet, please? We really need to listen to this staff presentation.
It encourages the co-location of new and existing tower sites, trying to minimize to the maximum extent feasible the adverse impacts, any adverse impacts on the community, try to establish a configuration that minimizes visual impacts, and obviously also should be balanced with the ability of the facility to establish a quick and effective service to the general area. Last but not least, there's also a goal to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the community at large. This is essentially a spreadsheet that documents the project's consistency with the general development standards. Just to summarize, more specifically, the design standards call for an overall camouflaging of the proposed facility. The project is not just an aluminum tower. It does attempt to camouflage the tower itself. So staff felt like the proposed project was generally consistent with this design standard. It talks about requiring landscaping and other things to ensure that impacts to the community are minimized and that it blends in with the surrounding environment. Again, the project is proposed to be in a eucalyptus tree, and it does include landscaping around the southern and eastern elevations of the equipment shed. So there was at least an attempt included in the application to have the facility blend into the surrounding environment. Landscaping should be limited, if not prohibited. There is one light that's proposed above the entrance to the equipment shed, but it's proposed to be directed downward so that it wouldn't essentially impact the night sky. So staff felt like it was consistent. In terms of siting these facilities generally throughout the city, there's a goal to not site these facilities along ridge lines. Obviously, the project site is flat, and so it does comply with the general intent of that standard. Minimum setbacks that are required are 100 feet from the nearest residential area. As documented earlier in the presentation, the proposed setbacks essentially range from 190 feet up to over 200 feet. In terms of height, the standard with respect to height is really open for interpretation as well. The general standard is the tower shall not exceed 65 feet where there is a tower within a quarter mile of an existing tower. That's really what sets that 65-foot standard. Because of the fact that there is no tower within a quarter mile of this existing facility, technically it could be higher, but there was an attempt to limit the height of the tower to the 65-foot standard regardless of that condition. Some other things to note, we kind of already went over it. A conditional use permit is required as part of any telecommunication facility application. Some of the things that the Planning Commission should consider going forward, and we touched on them already, is just the tower height, its proximity to residential structures, the surrounding topography, surrounding tree foliage, and tree coverage. Surrounding preschool. The schools are also something to consider in terms of protecting public health and safety. And then the inventory of existing and alternative sites is another component of the application. The city requires that as part of any application for a wireless communication facility. The applicant has some additional details as part of their presentation, and they're prepared to take the commission and the community through their site selection process. But just generally, there is a requirement to consider alternative sites as part of these applications. In summary, based on the application materials, the desire for improved wireless service was one of the objectives that drove site location. The AT&T's RF engineers went out and did some studies to determine what the most beneficial location might be to improve wireless service on the east end of Ojai. Based on that study, it was determined that some place near the intersection of Los Alamos Drive and Grand Avenue would be the best place to locate a facility in order to enhance wireless facilities. And again, the site selection process initially considered obviously the project site, and it also included some of the orchard parcels that were located north of Grand Avenue as alternative sites. This is just a quick summary of the information submitted by the applicant. The photo on the top left shows the search ring that was considered initially, and then you have the photograph, or actually the map shown in the bottom right that shows the existing facilities within Ojai and the surrounding areas, and then the green areas represent the desired coverage objective is probably the best way to characterize it. So you can see that green blob on the left side of the city indicates the basically meeting the service objectives surrounding the existing tower located at 1116 Maricopa. That's the only existing tower facility within the city. You have moving to the right, you have the red dot shown in the upper and central portions of that map. That's actually the proposed project. So that cross-hatched area surrounding the project is essentially the area where AT&T is trying to improve service. So they base their search ring off of this existing gap in coverage. The city has requested as part of the application materials to consider a couple other sites. And so the applicant will be getting back to city staff on the feasibility of potentially locating the facility at a property located at 985 North Fordyce Road, which is the red star east of the project site, and also another location might potentially be available at 1519 Ayers Avenue, which is the red star shown northwest of the proposed facility. And also, obviously, staff has asked for an analysis of a proposed tower with a reduced height that is more consistent with the surrounding trees in the area. I'll briefly touch on CEQA, because this was an issue that was brought up in a number of letters that were submitted as part of the public comment period. So the process that we went through as a staff included an initial review of the application materials that were submitted by the applicant. Based on our preliminary review, it was determined that instead of a categorical exemption, which is the type of exemption that is typically used to process these applications, we decided to actually prepare an initial study and mitigated negative declaration, which, comparatively speaking, is a high level of environmental analysis associated with these types of projects. You typically have much lower level of environmental review prepared for these infill type cellular sites. So additional analysis was prepared. The impact assessment determined that there might be potentially significant impacts to biological resources and noise. And as a result, staff has required a number of mitigation measures to reduce those potential impacts. The initial, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, we originally determined that the comment period would extend from December 9th through December 30th. However, staff has extended the comment period up until January 27th, 2014. Which is a total of 50-day comment period, which actually exceeds the comment period that is typically associated with an environmental impact report. So again, staff has taken a conservative approach to considering any and all comments on the proposed application. After this public meeting or study session, staff will actually prepare a final initial study and mitigated negative declaration, which I mentioned before, will include the response to comments and a mitigation monitoring program. And those documents would be presented as part of the final document to the commission at a subsequent meeting. Some final thoughts. What city staff is requesting is some guidance from the Planning Commission, primarily as it relates to facility design, the alternative site analysis, and applicable conditions of approval that the Planning Commission might feel are relevant in this particular instance. To summarize the neighborhood concerns, that the 25 letters is a bit out of date. We received 4 additional letters today, so I think we're up to 29 letters, right, Sherry? In general, you're going to hear from the public, obviously, but to quickly summarize, the primary neighborhood concerns were view impacts, the lack of time to review the environmental documents, property values, and potentially health impacts caused by the proposed project. So that concludes staff's presentation at this time. We're obviously available to answer any questions. And I know the public is anxious to speak, and I know the applicant's here to provide additional details as required. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the commission have any questions for staff?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you for that report. If I may, I would like to ask our city attorney a question first.
Sure.
So I have read that on our staff report on page 10, it states that the wireless tower permits may not be denied on the basis of concern about radio frequency energy as long as the FCC guidelines are followed. So my question would be, what would the city face if it chose to flout this regulation?
we would face litigation from the applicant if the project was denied or inappropriately conditioned to meet some of the RF performance criteria, maybe.
Okay.
And that involves both not only the potential, significantly, a significant cost to litigate such a case and the risk of having to pay both the city's attorney's fees as well as the attorney's fees for the other party if they prevail. It's my opinion that the law is very, very subtle on this point today regarding the federal preemption on the RF issue. It's not really subject to legitimate legal debate today. Most of the focus gets into the question of what can the city do to ensure that, in fact, not only by design but by function, the facility currently meets when installed and operationally meets those RF frequency performance criteria. That's where most of our energy goes in terms of dealing with the RF issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for our contract planner. Would you say that wireless towers are considered established technology?
Yes.
Okay. And then have wireless towers and wireless communication been used in this country and the city for years?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure when the other wireless tower is, but I know that there's a wireless tower at the Y across from the Vons. Okay. I don't know how old that is. Do you have an idea? It's more than 10 years, would you guess?
No, 2007.
2007? Okay. So I also read in the environmental assessment, the initial study mitigated negative declaration. On its last page, it contains a report from a professional engineer on the RF exposure level.
Correct.
And I see that their analysis of this kind of equipment is that the RF exposure level, and I'm reading here, is less than 0.02% of the maximum allowable exposure level permitted by the FCC. I also note that on page 10, there's a slight error. It's stated as less than 2/10,000th as a ratio, but it's actually 100 times less than that because it's a percent. So anyway, I just did a little calculation, just try to get some perspective on these numbers, just try to assess. You know, I'm a scientist, I'm very comfortable with calculations. And so I thought, well, okay, what if the allowable exposure level, where the distance from here to Ventura, say it's 15 miles, then 0.02% would be about 18 inches. So just to get some perspective, you know, that's just my try to picture how much energy are we talking about. So that's the 18 inches between here and Ventura. That's what we're talking about, that fraction of the FCC allowable level. Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Earl. Any other commissioners have questions for staff? Thank you. I appreciate the patience of everybody in the audience. We're going to hear from the applicant now. Do we have people here from AT&T that want to? Okay. You could come up to the podium here and
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jerry Ambrose. I'm here on behalf of AT&T. I want to thank staff for their presentation. They've done a good job of detailing all the aspects of the project. I've had a chance to review all of the I guess we'll call them objection letters, and a common theme is how and why. How did you get to this location? Why are you here? Why not go somewhere else? So I'd like to go into some detail as to how and why we came to this particular location. I also wanted to note from a community standpoint, the project is being proposed as a community benefit Many Ojai citizens are AT&T customers, so the project is being proposed in response to that demand. Also, can I talk?
Excuse me, please allow the speaker to talk.
Also, with AT&T as well as other carriers, the primary demand nowadays is from residential areas. 10 or 15 years ago, the car phone was sort of a luxury item for traveling, but now people commonly use or demand the wireless services within their homes. And what that means is that the cell towers are coming closer to the residential areas where the demand is. So it's not uncommon to find cell towers on churches, libraries, parks, schools, all those types of uses that are within and surrounded by residential areas. So I just want to stress this is not an uncommon proposal for AT&T and for other carriers. In terms of this particular project, I was hoping Josh could help me with some of the overhead graphics.
Where that's set up, Sharon?
I wanted to go to the depiction of the existing AT&T sites that service Ojai.
Down one.
I can't see.
I'm sorry, that's it. AT&T, no, down one. There you go.
This is the one we added tonight or this evening.
That one?
Yeah. Thank you, Carol.
There is, I'm sorry, there is a depiction of the one that we talked about. Okay.
Next slide.
There's the other one that we talked about. Is that here?
No. You have the handouts.
Okay, the handouts. I apologize. Okay. Okay, well, I'll change up a little bit. This is a depiction of AT&T's existing sites that service the Ojai area. I guess we'll start from the left, which is the west area of Ojai. That's an AT&T facility on Caltrans property, which is more of a recent project. The project to the south of Ojai is Black Mountain, and the square or diamond shape is much of the incorporated area of the city of Ojai. And the red dot in the middle there is the project that we're proposing for this evening. And there's also a site much further east, 5 or 6 miles. That's closer to Santa Paula and really doesn't impact the city of Ojai. So this is this graphic is a sort of a coverage map of their service, sort of a service level depiction. The purple or pinkish areas are generally areas where service would be considered unreliable. You could make a call or a data request sometimes, once in a while, maybe, but generally it's unreliable. The hatched areas, of which the incorporated area of Ojai is made up primarily of, there is a reliable, a strong signal. However, during peak hours and many times of the day, customers are unable to use the network. And then the green areas are areas where they would consider that reliable service, 24/7. You should be able to get a call or a data message through. The reason for the hatched areas and the reason that Ojai is in the zone of having issues during demand or peak hours is because each of the cell facilities, again, that would be Black Mountain and the project on Caltrans property, they have a limited capacity for call request or data request or text request. So using round numbers, for example, if the Black Mountain site could handle 1,000 calls at once, the Caltrans property could handle 1,000 calls at once, and at 5 o'clock on a Friday, there's 2,500 customers trying to use that service, that means about 500 customers won't be able to get their call through, or their data request through, or their text through. So as time goes on, if there are no new cell sites added to the network, this problem continues to get worse because of advances in technology, more demand. It just gets worse. That's the reason, the overall reason why infill sites are necessary.
Question on the diagram, how wide are those bright green areas?
Can you go back, I'm sorry, can you go back to the other one?
We'll go two questions, but that's okay. Can you answer that question? I don't know.
Well, the green areas, they're different sizes. I mean,
Yeah.
Again, if you go back to the original depiction, you can see that the Black Mountain site provides a small area of the city of Ojai with this, again, what we would call reliable service.
Is that like a mile or less?
I don't have an exact dimension on what that would be, but you'd have to zoom in quite a bit, and you could tell where that would be.
Yeah. You can basically see the one on the left represents the tower at the Y.
Right, correct.
The one on the right is there's a proposal for a Goodley Road there.
Right, so if you know the distance
you
between
can kind
those
of get
two
an idea of
of where it is, right.
distance in between there, yeah. I think it looks like about a half mile.
Radiation goes for 2.5 to 3 miles.
Thank you. We'll deal with that later. Thank you.
Okay, so, sorry. Engineers, AT&T engineers have determined that in order to help resolve some of that demand problem and capacity problem, that they would need a new site near Los Alamos and Grand Avenue. And if you have the search ring photo. So this is more or less the technical boundary of where AT&T engineers have determined that a new cell site is needed. So as you can see, it's a fairly small area. And when we go into these areas, we look for a location that meets 3 basic criteria. The first is technical. Engineers in this particular project need a height of about 60 feet. So we need to make sure that any location we choose allows that height. There's no major obstructions for the antennas. We can't have very tall trees next to the antennas, can't have buildings, can't have major topographical issues. And as most of you, I'm sure you know here, this area is basically flat, so we really don't have any technical constraints in this area. The second item that we look at is zoning. We need to make sure that the height is allowed, or at least conditionally allowed, within the zoning regulations. And this area is unique in that the north, as you know, the north side of Grand is in the county of Ventura. And we ran into 2 major obstacles in the county side. One is that area is essentially wide open. We had a concern with aesthetics. We know the county and we know the city both want a facility that's well hidden and well screened. Our opinion is that putting something north of Grand Avenue will be very well seen and very visible to the public. The other issue going on in Ventura County is that they have an area plan, and they have a strong recommendation that no tower exceed 40 feet, which is well below the technical requirements for AT&T. So anything north of Grand Avenue is essentially ruled out as truly viable from that perspective. The south of Grand, obviously, you have several single-family homes. You have the Lutheran Church, and just barely to the west is the Baptist Church. So again, looking at these locations from a zoning perspective, in terms of aesthetics, both properties have very tall trees, which would help screen the facility, and both locations allow us to apply for zoning through your conditional use permit process. There's no absolute restrictions on height, although I know it's subject to your discretion. So that the Lutheran property and the Baptist property would be considered favorable from a zoning standpoint. The third component we look for is a willing landlord. We need a favorable leasing situation. We approached the Baptist Church and the Lutheran Church. Baptist Church was not interested in a long-term agreement. The Lutheran Church was. So the Lutheran Church becomes our location for the technical reasons, the zoning reasons, and for the real estate or leasing reasons. So that's how we came to this particular location. And if you go to the next slide, is there one before that? Sorry. Anyways, this slide depicts how that, once this site is built in construction, how that vastly improves the coverage for that area. Much of the hatched area is gone. There's still some. It doesn't cover everything, but it covers most of much of the incorporated part of the city of Ojai. So that's how we came to that. That's how we came to this location. I think at this point I'll take any questions that you have. I know in the staff report there's a summary statement about the fact that our project is in compliance with the general plan, design guidelines, and with the zoning code, and obviously we would concur with that. Although I know tonight is more of a discussion session, but from our perspective, we would agree with that statement.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the applicant?
Can we ask a question?
No, not right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I had a question. I know you discussed that ideally, the property was flat. But if you did locate a tower on an area in the valley that had a higher elevation, could the tower height be lower?
Again, it's all contingent on that search area that we showed previously.
What if it was within that search area?
If there was a hilltop in there, it's definitely possible that something could be shorter, sure.
I'm just curious. Okay,
This
thank
area
you.
just happens to be flat.
Any other?
I'm kind of interested in your selection of areas. Why wouldn't you have considered the commercial corridor on the east end as a selection area versus the residential areas?
That's where the engineers, again, it's a lot of things, but the demand is from the residential areas. The need for the service is in where the people live. And the engineers determined that in order to provide that service, that search area is where the site needed to be.
I would be interested in understanding that more, maybe at a future meeting, and also why the commercial corridor on the east end of Ojai wasn't considered, because that seems to me to be more suitable. The residential areas in Ojai are actually everywhere.
Right, it's right.
I mean, one house or one commercial building behind the commercial corridor, there's residential areas. And it seems to me there might be more suitable properties on the commercial corridor on the east end versus in the middle of the residential area. So for me, really understanding how they come up with that and why they couldn't come up with an alternate area, I think would be very beneficial.
I can tell you, I don't know exactly on the map where that would be, but these sites are laid out, I guess, sort of like a honeycomb. So if you put this facility further east, then the gap between the Y and this becomes wider, so then you may need another site in there. The sites can't be too close to each other.
I'm not unfamiliar with cell sites. I have a company, we manage 3 of these sites, and that just doesn't mesh with what I know about cell sites.
Okay.
We have 3 in one area, and it's on a commercial corridor, very similar to Ojai, outside the residential area, and they service the areas quite well. So I really need to be I really fully need to understand that search criteria.
Okay, we can provide more. I'm not the engineer, obviously.
I
but
know,
we
so
can
I think at
provide-
a future meeting, maybe you could expand more on that, or have more,
Sure.
I need more information
Sure.
to be convinced of this.
Sure.
Thank you. Any other questions? I have kind of an off-the-wall question that I don't know if you can answer. I know people are really concerned about the intensity of the radiation from this tower. I'm wondering how that compares with, like, if I am holding a cell phone in my hand, like, how intense is that radiation compared to what?
I'm not trying to avoid the question, but I'm not an engineer.
I thought it was a little odd, but I just was curious. Thank you. All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
We are now ready for the public hearing portion of the meeting. We have a huge stack of speakers cards, including an
Chairman?
additional one from Mr. Joshua.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
if I may, just for the record, this is not going to be the public hearing portion. You know, this is a study session, so I want the public also to be aware. Public comment is invited, but this won't be the public hearing per se that we rely upon for the official evidence that goes into your record. So there will be a subsequent public hearing. Folks will testify then. So I just want to make that clear that this isn't,
Okay.
this is a public comment portion, and it's welcome. But there will also be later on a public hearing, further noticed.
Thank you. So this is a public comment session. So we have a lot of these speaker cards to go through, and we have a lot of people who've very patiently been waiting here. I would ask that, first of all, people are limited to 3 minutes, and we're going to be fairly strict about that because we have a lot of people to get through. Also, you may find as the evening goes on that someone else has already said the same thing that you would like to say, and it's perfectly okay at that point to just say, I agree with whatever speaker, and then we can move along because we're going to be here till midnight with these questions here. So let me just go through these in order. We have them more or less, and we'll just listen to all the comments that you have. The first speaker card here is from Jeff McComas. They just left. I'm sorry. They will? Okay, good. I'll hold them in abeyance here. We have another one here from Ted Miller.
That's me.
Okay.
My name is Ted Miller. I live at 574 Los Alamos Drive, and first I want to thank you for the opportunity to address the commission and thank the commission for its service to the community. I am strongly opposed to the proposed application, and I will say in advance, I've seen most of the comment letters and share all of the fears, concerns, anxieties, and frustrations that are expressed in those letters. To say that I was shocked when I received the letter of December 27th and told in that letter that I had 3 days, and I want to correct what Mr. Janowicz put up on his chart. We did not have, and do not have, and will not have 50 days to comment because we did not receive this until December 27th. And when we got the letter that said we had 3 days to comment, Monday the 30th, there was nothing to comment on. The report that we were supposed to address wasn't available to the public. So in fact, we have more like 17 days and not 50 days. Putting that to one side, when we finally got an opportunity to look at the declaration, it was clear that this had been hatched under cover of darkness. It had gone on for 6 months without a whisper of what was happening in the neighborhood that was directly affected, surrounding on 3 sides this proposed tower site. Not a word. No one knew a thing about it. Now that a little bit of light has been shed on it, and the presentations here have been very helpful in that regard, it is clear that the application cannot be granted because it violates the Ojai code. And portions of that code were up on the screen, and let me be very brief. We know about the location in non-residential areas. That's critical. And I heard nothing that suggested that it couldn't be put in the orchards or in another area. Second, there is an absolute requirement that the applicant provide an inventory of alternate sites. That was not done. We still haven't seen an inventory. And that's not a goal, that's not an aspiration. It is a requirement of the code. There was no inventory, nor has there been a showing of need. None. Lastly, this commission and the city council have an obligation to apply the law. And while there are issues about how environmental impacts are considered.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. That's all the time we have. Sorry.
The application should be rejected. If the commission does its job, this application will not get forward, and it shouldn't.
Thank you. I know everybody's excited about people presenting here, but please don't applaud. It's not appropriate in this meeting. We're really here just to get input from people. It's not a popularity contest or anything like that. The next item, the next person here is, I'm not sure how to pronounce the first name, Donnie Miller? Donna? Donna. Oh, come on up.
My name is Donna Miller. I reside at 574 Los Alamos Drive. And if the 65-foot cell tower is approved for installation at 1290 Grand Avenue, it will be approximately 200 feet from my front door. Needless to say, the prospect of living in the shadow of a huge cell tower is frightening and upsetting for many reasons, not the least of which are health concerns from radiation exposure, a decline in our property values, noise from the cell tower's accompanying air conditioner and/or generator, a blight on our landscape and views of our beautiful mountains. I have had many sleepless nights since my husband and I received the city's letter on December 27th. Last night, though I actually slept through the night, I had a very disturbing dream. I dreamt that I lived in a community under strict rule and control where I had no voice in government and where I simply had to tolerate and obey government orders and rulings. When I awoke, as is my usual practice, I prayed and gave thanks for the many blessings in my life, including living in this amazing community of Ojai. But now I am fearful that my local government will ignore my voice and the voices of my many neighbors. I am begging this commission to please not let that happen. Please listen to our concerns and anxieties. Don't inflict this cell tower on us and damage our lives, our neighborhood, and our community forever. Our neighborhood, or any neighborhood for that matter, is not the only location for this cell tower. The cell tower can be relocated. Our neighborhoods, our homes, and our people cannot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Again, I'd appreciate it if you not comment on things. The next speaker is Marilyn Smith.
Hello. We've lived in Ojai, my husband and I, so I'm speaking on behalf of Jack and me. We've lived in Ojai since 1970. I've never spoken before the City Council or the Planning Commission, many times before the School Board, but not the Planning Commission. We've lived on San Ramon Way for a little over 23 years, and needless to say, we're very distressed about having a telecommunications facility in our residential neighborhood. I have really 3 points. First, we were really disappointed that we had no adequate time for input, and that's been discussed. Second, I would like to see, as Troy suggested, an alternative site, perhaps in a commercial area and not a residential area. And third, I know it's not a reason to negate a site for health concerns, but I have concerns. I know it can't be denied for those concerns, but on the page 24 and 25 of the draft of the study, it says operation of the facility would emit RF radiation, which has been identified as a possible link to cancer and other illnesses. Then it goes on to talk about permissible exposure by the FCC for the general population. But I'm here to advocate for those children who are nearby. I'm here to advocate for the elderly. Those are two populations who may or may not be able to advocate for themselves. So I really think that the Commission should think about those two segments of our citizens who may not be able to advocate for themselves as far as health. Also, there was a mistake in the report. It said the closest school is Topa Topa. Of course, that's not true because there is a preschool on the site. I believe that truly there might be more suitable places, maybe as Troy suggested, in a commercial corridor or agricultural section. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next card is from Dave Catlett.
Hello. I'm Dave Catlett. I live at 1206 San Ramon Way. My wife and I have lived on the street there for 17 years. And the proposed cell tower is about 250 feet from our house. I've lived in this Ojai Valley since 1968. I've worked in the grocery business here in this valley for 34 and a half years. I worked at Safeway, which was now Vaughn's, Bayless, and Star. That being said, I know a lot of people in this community. I also know the politics that is being played here too. First, I feel the planning department is trying to ramrod this application through in a very quiet way, failing to provide adequate notices in a timely manner. Planning, the city, and the city council loves to pass ordinances, like the lighting ordinances, plastic bags, formula business, heights of buildings, recycle center, just to name a few. So Ojai can keep its green and Shangri-La status. But for some reason, you don't see this project worth the time and interest to the impacted homeowners in this kill zone. I'm disappointed in the city and the church for not doing the right thing. This is not Ojai. I thought we were better than this. Use some common sense, move this project away from people It's not just about money. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keller. Our next speaker's card is Raymond Sims. Dr. Sims?
Thank you. I'm Dr. Raymond Sims. I live at 1202 San Ramon Way. Many of those pictures taken were right next to my house, which is 200 feet away, and I'll say that the pictures don't do justice to the fact that it's a lot closer than you think. I have grave concerns about this project and the fact that the impacts visually and noise-wise would be much more significant than is outlined in this report presented to you earlier. I still am also concerned about the health risks. I've read a number of studies that have been published outside of the United States, and areas up to 500 meters have a higher rate of cancer risk. Obviously, that can't be used in your decision, but it's a very strong concern for me. I've practiced medicine here for 30 years and tried to provide good service to the residents of Ojai Valley. My bedroom is 200 feet from that proposed tower, and being on call for much of the time and answering phones and going out to the hospital, it's a great deal of stress. This proposal has provided another layer of stress to my life, and I think to all the residents in the area, we urge you to strongly decline this and look for other alternatives. I've discussed this project with my father, who has citrus acreage in the East End, and he's one of the two alternative sites that I would like to have you consider if it's technically feasible. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. Our next card is Loren Sims.
Yes, I'm Loran Sims, 1202 San Ramon Way. I'm married to Dr. Sims. We've both been in this city for 51 years of our lives. We came here when we were 7 and 8 years old. We returned to Ojai to practice medicine here, to take care of those people that we love, to be close to our families. We've lived in our home for over 28 years. My world came crashing down on me when I got that letter. And I don't know how I am ever going to be able to sleep in my bedroom. There's going to be noise 24/7 from air conditioners that I know are going to be running to keep that at 78 degrees. My husband and I can't live in an environment like that. We work very, very hard, as do many of our neighbors, providing service to this community. You say, well, if you don't like living there, just move. Well, I'm sorry, I don't think anyone would buy my house or many of the other houses in my neighborhood. I can't rent the house because I wouldn't want to expose anyone else to not only the health concerns, but the noise, the fumes from the diesel engines, and everything else that goes with this project. I don't think it is a right thing to do. I am horrified, 51 years in this valley, that it has come to this, that you people don't understand. This is a very special, special place. And I am afraid that I don't think I even want to live here anymore. If this is the way you're going to treat me as a citizen, my husband, Dr. Sims, and my neighbors, I just don't understand it. And I'll tell you, my house is worthless now. I can't even put it on the market today because the real estate agents won't take it. And if I were to put it up, I'd get maybe 50% value of it after putting my entire life and my husband's life into this, raising my daughters here, putting them through education, working hard to do this, and giving to our community, both of us, giving 24/7 with those calls, those emergencies. My husband going out at night, day, 24/7 to take care of this community. And now you're going to put this outside our bedroom window? I'm horrified. I hope you make the right decision.
Thank you. Next speaker's card is Jeff Lobel.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Lobel, and I live at 1126 Paseo del Robles. For all of those people who are lined up, not just in the foyer, but way out, we had a lot of time to look at your value statement. One of the headlines is transparency. This project fails that. And yet, we're supposed to somehow trust that that Mr. Clark and his planning staff are going to dress it up and make it look good for a final report, which they've already started drafting. the farce here is that the planning staff under Mr. Clark are supposedly working on behalf of the city and the residents, when in fact, they have taken the AT&T's word for absolutely everything. As it happens, I have an AT&T cell phone, as do many of my neighbors. We don't have any problem getting our calls through. The green lines and green dots that came up there showed an incredible number of phone calls from orange trees. So how are we supposed to believe the data that has been supplied? The city has an incredible problem. If you accept this report, however it's redressed, it's still biased. There's still appendices that are submitted by AT&T and relied upon by the supposed staff and consultant. That's not a fair hearing for the citizens of Ojai. As it happens, our view will be of the topas in the mountains will be obstructed. Setting aside all of the issues with respect to the radio frequencies, we still will have a diminution in property value. All of our neighbors and us will go to the assessor's office at the very least and seek a reduction in property values. That will impact the city and the schools in the amount of money they receive. And it won't be offset by the little bit the church will have to pay in property taxes for the relatively small footprint on that property. So I'm astonished that as the citizens lined up all the way out the back there have to come here and say, wait a minute, we count too. It shows an incredible arrogance on the part of the city that the staff supports AT&T as opposed to presenting a biased report. And I can't understand why. It doesn't make any sense. If the project stands on its own, we all use cell phones, we all understand there are going to be towers. If the project stands on its own, give it a balanced assessment. Until we wrote the letters in, staff didn't even know there was a preschool there. They still haven't admitted the fact that there's going to be significant diesel fuel on site because the backup generator obviously is going to require fuel. It says minimal. And none of that, no matter how much you fix it up, overcomes the conclusions that were reached in that report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lovell. I have a speaker's card here for two people, Inez and Bruce Canvasser. Sorry.
We live together, so.
First, I want to just say that we also are AT&T subscribers for a long time, and we have never had a problem. We have our cell phones, our home phone, computer, so I don't know where the problem lies as far as not proper coverage. We live at 1119 Paseo del Robles, which is within 300 meters of the proposed AT&T cell tower. We have lived here for 10 years and chose this area because of the views of the mountains, the proximity to town, and the quiet neighborhood. We purchased our property after working hard for many years in the field of preventative health. We are absolutely opposed to this cell tower in such a medium-density residential neighborhood. We pay high property tax, and our house is a substantial investment. We should have a say as to what goes on in our neighborhood and our beloved city of Ojai. We are not opposed to cell towers, but they should be away from residences, schools, etc. Although they say this 65-foot tower will be disguised in an artificial tree, it will change the aesthetics of the neighborhood. The tower on the Caltrans property is quite an eyesore. Also, the peace and quiet will be disrupted. Presently, we can hear the birds, and a huge generator and air conditioner is unacceptable.
I've been a naturopathic physician for 30 years and helped establish naturopathic medical schools, education, and sat even on licensing boards. I certainly wouldn't recommend to any of my patients to live we're about 300 feet, and some of the people here are just 100 feet, and I would never recommend that. We've seen in the health industry that always black labels, they have to change as we get more information about certain drugs that we use and dietary supplements. So I always try to err on the conservative side. I'd like to again mention section 10.2.172.12 of the City Municipal Codes states that it strongly encourages the location of towers to be in non-residential areas in order to reduce any adverse effect and this was left out of the summary, on the community, which we believe it is doing. So the codes talk about the community, and also it was interesting, the study mentioned the wildlife, it mentioned the fish, the geology, but there was no mention of the people that lived around it. Thank you.
Thank you, canvassers. All right.
And just in the last,
yeah.
I also agreed that the fact that we would have to disclose to prospective buyers and sellers is in itself a negative impact. This could adversely affect people interested in relocating to our city and actually lower the property taxes for the city. So in conclusion, this is not acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. Bill Warwick.
Bill Warwick, I just had a short question, and in the form of a comment, I guess, and that is that the code has in Part 3D in the Telecommunications Facilities Code, the city may, at the applicant's expense, obtain an independent evaluation of the inventory submitted by the applicant. I was wondering whether that is permissive of the city hiring independent radio frequency engineers or possibly even site assessment people to obtain information outside the direct employ of AT&T. I was just wondering if that's possible, given that provision, and if so, it might be a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. I have a speaker's card from Jean Monisato. Monisato?
Commissioners, Mr. Ambrose, my name is Jeannie Monisato. I live at 1118 Paseo del Robles Court. I've lived in the Golden West Tract since 1998, and I've lived in Ojai for over 30 years. I was surprised when I received my notice on January 3rd, notifying me about the proposed cell tower. Some of the residents here received their letter earlier. As I read down to the second paragraph, it said that the public comment had closed on December 30th, several days before I even received it in the mail. We attempted to contact some of our neighbors, and they had not received a letter at all. In my opinion, a 65-foot tower with 12 antennas is not compatible in a residential neighborhood. To me, it sounds ugly, and I'm also concerned about the noise. It doesn't appear to be a benefit. I see it as more of a limiting, very minimizing situation for all of the residents in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Monisato. James Joseph.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. This goes way beyond NIMBY, not in my backyard. This touches every one of us. And the real issue here is cell, S-C-E-L-L. And I was so moved when I saw this young family over here with little children and so forth. The studies show very, very clearly, the European studies, of the deleterious effects of cell phones and microwave radiation. There is no debate. Only in the United States, the home of the cell phone industry, is this not discussed. That's at the heart of the matter here. So it's not NIMBY, not in my backyard. It's human cells, the mitosis of human cells. To have a school that close, I worked in New York City on this very issue 20 years ago, and we showed a direct corollary between school proximity and overhead lines. That was nothing compared to what we're dealing with now. So we need to step back. I feel like I'm in a Kafkaesque film here. For God's sakes, we need to step back and look at the reality of the technology we have created. The bees are disappearing. We know that there's a direct relationship between microwaves and the disappearance of our pollinators. we may have to actually think about finding our way home without a GPS. We may have to think about actually talking to people and looking at them. I mean, let's wake up.
Right.
Please. Get beyond. This is like, I can't even believe this presentation. Nothing to do with any reality. So I appeal to all of us to go to our deep humanity, our heart, and say, what do we need? We are destroying the very substance of our existence in this. This valley is dying. Haven't you looked around? We're spraying. We have opportunistic insects that are there because every day we have chemtrails going overhead, dumping what? Fluoride, aluminum. It may seem strontium. It may seem like this is not related. It's all related. So we have opportunistic microbes, and the reason is that we are so unbalanced. We are killers. Okay, let's wake up and start to live and give life to this beautiful valley, as the people before us did. They had a lot more sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. James. As I said before, this is a public hearing. It's not a popularity contest. I appreciate Mr. James' presentation. It was quite dramatic, but we're really here to get input from people, so I would appreciate minimizing the applause.
The applause expresses agreement, not popularity.
Thank you, Susie. Diane Ladd.
I'm Diane Ladd. I live at 3860 Grand Avenue for 15 years. I'm 2 miles away from this idiocy. But I'll be darned if I will stand by and let some scoundrels and swindlers and skullduggery hurt my neighbors. I agree with Mr. Miller, with Dr. Sims, with everyone here. When this tower was done near Vaughn's, 8 years ago, maybe all of the great information was not at our disposal, which is here right now. Read the Bioinitiative 2012 report by leading international scientists. Read the International Association for Research on Cancer, IARC. I'm an actress. I'm an artist. I'm a writer. I'm an authoress. I'm a producer, a director. My job is to hold up a mirror of all of us. But I'm also a medical person. I have a degree in psychology, in nutrition. I'm a medical intuitive, a psychic, a healer, and I've worked for free in hospitals for 20 years. And I've seen diseases and the pain in children's faces and the suffering. And to think that there's a little child at home right now whose family has spent money birthing that child, dressing that child, clothing that child, and that child's going to go to a daycare center where there's a tower nearby that will potentially, in a couple of years, put that child into a hospital. The reports are here. I didn't make this stuff up. I've seen children suffering. I've seen men suffering with prostate cancer from the radiation. I've seen the cancer in the breast. I've seen it with my own eyes. This is not a joke. And ladies and gentlemen, our Declaration, our Constitution says, if the government does not serve the people, change the government. And by God, and that includes the 1996 Telecommunication Act of TCA. And Mr. Ambrose, you go back and you tell ATT, I'm a member of ATT, but I won't be if they try to put a little tower on flat ground in a residential area to ignore all of these intelligent reports by scientists from Brazil, from Australia, from New York, from San Francisco. Tell them to put a darn tower where it belongs, up on a mountain, and spend a little more money to put the other tower across from it so the rays can go and do this job without hurting us. If you go from here to Arizona and you come across a little town in the middle of nowhere, as you get close to the town, your cell phone works great because there's one tower up on a mountain that serves the whole city. So this is baloney about putting it in a residential area. And this will be done over my dead body, which may not be too far off for all of you and me too, with all of the sprays that are in this town that are hurting us right now. We better clean up our act and clean up our country, and I'm not kidding.
Thank you, Ms. Ladd. You know, the people up here on the Planning Commission are actually your neighbors as well. It's not some cabal that's putting this all together. And we may even have an opening on the Planning Commission in the near future, and you all are welcome to apply for it if you'd like to be up here. Eva Holler.
Good evening. I'm just here to support also. I should say my name, Eva Haller, and I live on Devereaux. I moved here from an area, Modesto, and I was very ill when I moved here. And I moved here because I think, like a lot of people, I think it's a more aware, more progressive, more conscientious area. And I wonder now that I've done research, if I didn't get very ill in Modesto, get lupus, because I've looked on Antenna Search and I couldn't believe how many cell towers there were. I was just swamped. You know, there are hundreds, and so it's pretty amazing. Anyway, I have been looking a lot of different research, and I would really like to recommend this incredible documentary called Resonance, Beings of Frequency, which kind of puts the puzzle together for me, because it starts with speaking of the pulse, the frequency of our planet, and how it's exactly the same as our brainwave. So we evolved to a certain frequency, and as all life did. So the research is out there. So messing with ourselves, with the frequency of our biology, our own frequencies, is a very dangerous thing. And actually, it's a new branch of medicine now, from what I've heard. People in England, at least, I'm not sure where else, I think Denmark, this disturbances from electromagnetic fields is now a new branch of medicine. If I were younger, I think I'd be very interested in going into that. Anyway, yes, I want to say that I think when somebody spoke about the order of the things that were going to be considered, I think you put health at the end. And I was kind of surprised by that, because I think health should be at the beginning. So please, if you, that's a beautiful documentary, by the way, and it talks about the birds and the bees and how the experiment has been done. It's the only thing that they have shown that actually is an explanation for the disappearance of our bees. They've put the wireless phones in the hives. It's control experiment. So the ones that they put, they call it deck phone because it's in England. That's where the bees didn't come back. That's terrible. That's sad. We're losing our bees, and we're losing the birds can't find their way. They're going extinct because we all have a new protein that's been discovered called cryptochromes.
Ms. Elliott, we're out of time.
We all have it to orient to the magnetic fields. So the birds are getting all lost. And just, well, thank you. You said my time is up?
Yep, time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Patty Pagling.
Good evening. My name is Patty Pagling. I live in Matilaha Canyon, and I just want to say that I love Ojai, and I really appreciate everyone here. And I'm sure with all the ingenuity and amazing brain power that we have, I think we can figure this out so that we don't have to hurt anybody. We don't have to hurt the bees. We don't have to hurt our children. Let's just do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Christine Golden.
Hi, good evening, and thank you, all of you on the Planning Commission. As a commissioner, I right now do not envy that you're on the Planning Commission. The Art Commission sounds really pretty easy to me right now. So I know this isn't about you or attacking you. You really are here to gather information from us. And it is a nightmare. That woman that said she had a dream, I have news for her. I don't think she was sleeping. This is a nightmare. The wrong questions are being asked. The question that needs to be asked has to be put to AT&T. Where is the evidence that we need another cell phone in Ojai, cell phone tower? I have AT&T service, which I am now probably going to get rid of after that contract is up. I don't ever have had a dropped call. Once in a while, my computer does some strange things. Usually it's my fault, user fault. It has nothing to do with AT&T not connecting up. Where is the evidence? We need to demand from AT&T that they show us unequivocally that we need another cell phone tower. They cannot do that because we don't. Your job is to just say no. You no, not relocate it. Colony collapse disorder, look it up. I did. The very first Google response I got was, oh, that's a bunch of baloney. No such thing as colony collapse disorder being caused by EMFs, electromagnetic frequency radiation. So I thought, well, I wonder who sponsors this website. And among the sponsors, I found Coca-Cola, Walmart, and AT&T. So come on, you need to do the same research that we're doing out here. You need to really inform yourselves. And then I want you to do one more thing. I want you to just close out your brain. Let go of thinking and feel it here. And feel it here. And say no.
Okay. Shalom, Joshua.
I'm Shalom Joshua. I live on North Signal Street here in beautiful Ojai. Good evening, Commissioners. One thing I got to start with after hearing some of these previous testimonies, and it's just for an honest moment, silently among all of us in this room, would any of us feel comfortable living 200 feet from a 65-foot cell tower with 12 antennas on it? 400 feet, 600 feet. And, you know, I'm struck by that because Ojai is a very small town. And in reality, we're all living close to it. But it's magnified when we're talking about persons living so close to it. You know, without having planned on what I was going to say, what struck me was at the very beginning of our country, we had words like life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And then we jump forward to 1996, and we have the Telecom Act. And it's striking to me what is involved in leading up to that act. Because originally it was legislation passed in our U.S. Congress that created the outline for the act. And going from the actual wording of the House of Representatives report on this law, it includes, and it is not being taken by me out of context, it says that almost certainly the Telecommunications Act will have the distinction of being the most deregulatory bill in history. In other words, nothing there to guard against trouble. And if you look further in the Michigan Technicom Technology Review, which is an annotated version of the act, it says community governments period, are not without recourse to stop this, that there is options, and the options they mention include where this can go? That just because it was allowed in a commercial area doesn't mean it should be allowed in a residential area?
Thank you, Mr. Joshua. Appreciate your time. Susie Salguero. Is it an issue? Good, I'll save that for later. Okay. Pete LaFollette. Thanks, Pete. Joe DeHadden?
Yes.
Come on up. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Joe D. Hadden. My mistake.
Yes, that's my last name. I come from Oklahoma and everybody goes by two names. Joe D. Good evening. My name's Joe Hadden. I live at 421 Los Alamos. And my sense of this whole thing is that the application had a very twisted gestation and a very ugly birth. The gestation, I have a letter here from the then planning director of Ojai addressed to AT&T and reviewing their application and found it incomplete and made a number of suggestions. Our ordinance on telecommunication towers called for a conditional use permit to be issued. Now we're looking at some sort of negative, no, never mind, as they would say. And in the front of this 100-plus page document that they turned out, there's a finding that there's less than significant impact on the community. And listening to what you've heard tonight, I think you might question that. Let me suggest that when this thing first came out, we came back from Christmas vacation, there was a notice taped to my door, a door some 200 feet from this, that I hadn't, that was Sunday night. I had until Monday night to give public comment. That doesn't even give a fig leaf to due process. And then we now have this 100-plus project Josh put together on behalf of Rincon, and he was kind enough to call me, he was very courteous. But the ugly birth is that there is no conditional use permit called for the way our statute, our ordinance requires. Rather, it's going through this negative no, never mind report, which doesn't really comport with the reality. The reality is that all of you, and we're grateful to you, you people that are employed by the city or work as volunteers for the city, are here solely to reflect the will of the people who live here. You're not an independent or a body poised against the people. You're the arm, the fingers, the toes of the community to make this thing work in accordance with the wishes of the community. In this letter, written July 22nd, back to AT&T, by the then planning director, Mr. Mulhane, he suggests the city hire an independent RF engineer to evaluate what's going on and make recommendations. What we have here is just a stripped-down, no-fender model of a project. It needs to be rejected. It can't be backloaded. It needs to start all over again, front-loaded with public input. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hadden. Etta Hadden.
I was hoping that those sheets would be the reverse. He's a harder act to follow. Anyway, my name is Etta Hadden, and I live at 421 Los Alamos, which is right next door to the property of the Lutheran Church and the proposed site for this. I'm going to refer to it as a 65-foot radiation tower. I'm a cancer survivor. I live with the fear of a recurrence all the time. And now, taped to my front door is a notice telling me, guess what? Now you're going to have a 65-foot umbrella of radiation over your home that you get to live with. I understand that this cannot be your only consideration or the consideration, but it can certainly have an impact and be part of the whole picture. Granted, you can't deny that tower just on that basis, but it's an issue. It's a real issue. As an example, I was on another vacation and I came home and I had a smart meter on my house. Did I want a smart meter? No. You have an ordinance now that would have given me the option not to have it. But they snuck in while I was gone and they put it on there. And now with this particular inefficiency of notice, I feel like our residents, our community, and I have been blindsided. We had 1 day to respond. Your presentation showed that the notice period was from the 9th of December. No, au contraire. It was from December 27th to the 30th with a weekend in the middle. That just is not due process. If you were in my shoes, you would have felt blindsided, I'm sure. This process of meeting does not cure the defect. The Rincon report is defective, it's biased, it's flawed, it's incomplete, and it's inaccurate, and it does not address the city codes of Ojai. It should be thrown out, which has already been mentioned. But what I would like to address is the issue of the aesthetics of this eucalyptus tree. We don't have eucalyptus trees on any of the streets around this project. And in closing, since my time is almost up, I have some pictures of Denison Park, a tree. And let me tell you, it looks like a tangled web of intestines. That's what we're going to be looking at, folks. A tangled web of intestines and a tree 65 feet high, and my husband standing at the bottom of this down there, and I've marked it so you can see the 65 feet. This is absurd. So if you'd like, I'll hand you this delightful group of pictures.
Thank you, Ms. Haddon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sasha Letterman.
Hi, Sasha Letterman. I live on the west side of Ojai, where there are presently 5 unregistered cell phone towers within 4 miles of my home. There are 59 antennae. I want to know what radiation is coming off of those things, who put them in, and why we didn't know about it or get to say anything about it. We have rights as a municipality, as a city, to allow us the local control of the number, size, and placement of cell phone towers. And I request that you look into whether we need any more and if we shouldn't get rid of some of the ones we've already got. AT&T raised the radiation on that tower by Vaughn's, which is right next to the hospital, raised it astronomically, doubled it, I was told, by someone who was formerly, well, I won't go into the details, who knew. And that is not being tested. What's the radiation? What are we being exposed to? What are the kids in Nordhoff being exposed to? What are we all being exposed to, let alone the birds and the bees that we need to keep our orchards alive and turn this, not turn this into a desert town like, out in the Palm Desert. Austria has levels of radiation 10,000 times more protective than we do in the United States. Something is wrong with this. We need to have radiation levels limited before we have these things all over, killing everybody with cancer. The statistics are horrendous. 80% of those people who succumbed to cancer, died of cancer, lived a third of a mile away from hundreds of cell phone towers in a city in Brazil. In Australia, children living near cell phone towers in Sydney had more than twice the rate of childhood leukemia than children living 7 miles away. I mean, this is critical. This is serious. I can't believe that people aren't, talking about this. And the property values. I mean, the health effects of the cell phone towers and having 5 of them. I mean, it's not necessary to have the 5 we already have, let alone any more. And AT&T should lower the radiation on that one they've already got, let alone putting in another one, Anyway, I move for a moratorium on any more cell phone towers in this city or in this county. I move for a regulation on the extent of the radiation that we're being exposed to from them. And studies be done before anything further is done. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Letterman. Julie Dubrow. Is Julie Dubrow here? I may be mispronouncing her name. Julianne? Julianne Dubrow. No takers. Okay. Nicholas Otway?
My name's Nicholas Otway. I'm an architect, and I live at 3998 Grand Avenue. I told Diane that I said she'd done the stomping and shouting for me so beautifully that I could, but I'm still, my heart's beating. I resented the reading at the beginning of this meeting where the public was layered with intimidation about not using health, our personal health, as a significant element in the decision that you make regarding this tower. And I resent the word of FCC, who, if any of us are watching Amy Goodman at all on Democracy Now!, will know that FCC has been run by the corporate interests of this country for many years. And the people who make the decisions at FCC are voting for AT&T long before they vote for you and me in Ojai. So I would say that either we start raising the funds we need now to fight the suit that AT&T will undoubtedly bring against us when we use health, when you vote for us as people and our health. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. Joan Roberts.
I'm going to be very brief because many of the points were already brought up. Joan Roberts, and I'm a real estate agent here in Ojai, a broker, and I've been living in the Ojai Valley and practicing real estate for over 27 years now. And I just bring to you the perspective of my profession. I have clients that live in the neighborhood surrounding and adjacent to this proposed 65-foot tower. And they've been calling me and emailing me and texting me. They're very concerned, and they've asked me point blank, would you buy my house in this neighborhood? And I'm like, no way. You know, and it is going to have a big effect on these houses. I mean, I know I represent buyers, I represent sellers, and this is going to be a major disclosure issue for the realtors, for the agents in the valley, and we already have so many disclosures. So for that reason alone, it'll cause great harm to the surrounding properties in the neighborhood. So I ask you, please, you know, do not allow this to go forward. It is not the right place for it. And I have many friends that have AT&T, and they've never complained about the service. And they've been satisfied up to now with the company. That may change. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Susan Francina.
Good evening. Susan Francina, an Ojai Valley resident since 1957, author, former mayor. I wear a lot of hats. Most of what I wanted to say has been said, thankfully. I have a question for, are you the boys from AT&T? I only saw you from behind, thank you. So I have a question, and then I want to suggest that if the service is so bad, we have 3 cell phone providers in Ojai, so we can switch plans. I've never had any trouble with Verizon. I've had to make, emergency calls from the trails past Thatcher School. So my question is this, okay, and it's a technical question. It might be a stupid question, and I think one of the commissioners touched on it. We have at least 3 cell phone providers, right? We have Verizon, AT&T, and Time Warner. Is that correct? Sprint. And Sprint. So we have 4. Do you share your towers? Do all these wireless providers have their own tower? Can you explain to the public how this works?
Well, we prefer to...
Sure. We'll have time for
I'll get a comment
responses
card.
afterwards, too, but
Okay.
you can respond to this.
We try to design our sites to be co-locatable to minimize any additional new sites. Certain jurisdictions have that requirement that our new sites be co-locatable to minimize new ground disturbance. I know this site would provide adequate space for a co-location should another carrier select this as a candidate as well.
Thank you.
Co-location is sorry about that. That's why I had him talk. Co-location means that we could have a carrier on the tower and at a different antenna center, a little lower down, an additional carrier, an additional array of antennas to keep from multiple towers being built within proximity to each other. It is intended to be a way of limiting the number of towers that are being built when carriers work together to try and minimize locations.
Thank you.
Okay, so just to make sure I understand correctly, to sum it up, the 4 wireless providers do cooperate so that there's a minimal exposure for the public?
To the number of towers built, we try to work together.
Because we really should be looking at the cumulative effect of all the towers and how this can work to serve the greater good. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Francina. Sandy White.
Hi, my name's Sandy White. I live at 1213 San Ramon Way, and all of the comments that have been made, I highly agree with. And just to reiterate, I never did receive a letter. I live in the neighborhood right adjacent to the property. My neighbor came and brought the letter to me. I immediately came over to the city and asked to read the proposal or the study. The study was not available to me. I believe that inefficiency rests on all of you. So while you've mentioned that you are along here with us, you've been negligent in giving us information in a timely fashion, and that's really bothersome to me. It does feel like you're trying to push it through without really giving us an opportunity. So that's a problem. I've lived here for 24 years. My husband commutes to the Bay Area each week because we want to live in Ojai. I don't want to live in Ojai with a 65-foot tower across the street from me. I'm concerned about my property values. I bought my home for over $1 million. While the property values have decreased for everyone, this will just add, insult to injury. I have a problem with that as well. I also have AT&T service. I have never had a problem, so I do not believe the information that has been provided. I don't think it's accurate. You mentioned in your study that this tower of 65 feet would only be 30 foot above the church. That would mean the church itself is 35 feet high. The church is not 35 feet high. There might be one pinnacle on the church that is 35 feet high, but the church is not. The houses around there are 25, at the very most 30 foot high. There isn't a thing in sight, not a tree, not a house, not a structure, that even remotely is 65 feet high. It will stick out like a sore thumb. And I don't want that. I also am a cancer survivor of 4 weeks now. I don't want this. It's so upsetting to think that this could happen in this town, a town that doesn't want lighting to be over, too much because we want to protect the night sky. What about protecting the people of the town? We're listening to AT&T, and how you mentioned it was your demands and your criteria. What about the demands and the criteria of the citizens of this town? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White. Karen Nedivi? Do we have Karen here? Okay. Brennan? Oh, good. Hi, come on in.
Thank you. Hi. My name's Karen Adivi, and right now I'm supposed to be putting my kids to sleep, but I'm here because I need to represent the parents of the Ojai Valley Community Nursery School. And when I saw the photo in the newspaper, it looked like the church and the trees behind it, and I really wanted people to understand how close this is to the preschool and how they're going to view it, even if you take out the health considerations, which I know you're in a predicament, and I hope to change the ordinances in this town to protect our citizens. And so I made this poster, and I'm going to submit this to you guys. I'm going to make photos, and I know this is only my representation. I know it's not official, but I will take what their proposed limit is. And I made photos from the preschool looking out at the cell phone. And there's no other trees over there. There is the sycamores to the left, but there's really nothing protecting our view. And I think most of the preschool parents are going to leave that school if this is approved. That school will probably not be able to compete with the, I think, $2,000 a month that AT&T will be giving the church. And I know that I'm first and foremost upset at the church, and that there are, we rent from them, so we're in a very difficult position. We don't own that property. But that preschool has been there for 10 to 15 years, and we love that school. It's a parent co-op. We don't have a lot of money, and so we really feel like we need to be represented, and I'm going to make the most of it, and I hope that you guys can protect the kids from not going to school in this situation. This is not a place to go to school with a cell tower, a generator. It just doesn't seem right to me. So I appreciate if we could find a different location for this site. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Neving.
And I posted this, and I'll be sharing it and doing my job to share it with everyone in Ojai.
Thank you. Thank you for staying to speak, too. That was really appreciated. Brennan Corjay? I'm not, sorry.
Yeah. Hi. I actually live, I don't know, about 70 yards off, not so far. I had a few technical questions. The frequency range, the power needs, and I did want to make note that it seems like it might be actually well-placed if you're looking at population density and graphical information systems, that anybody that proposes that a hillside is a good place to get signal might do their math. The population density is sufficient enough there, but yeah, I had a buddy that was a wireless engineer for Singular. Yeah, it turns out they had their own nomenclature up in the Bay. They got to name their towers. But I was wondering if you guys could answer. Yeah, the one in the Haight is D9THC. The one in the Castro had another name. But I was wondering if... Oh, you don't get to? Got it. Do you actually know the frequency range and the power demand on the tower, power output?
We can
Lastly,
actually get that.
Yeah, lastly, the demand for a backup generator should probably be mitigated. I would suggest go mandatory on solar and a battery backup, or a fuel cell backup, or any other means of storing power. But yeah, the concern of running diesel in the neighborhood, I don't think that's necessary. Or even natural gas. Granted, your output's only CO2 and water, but and the last thing, the term radiation, we're not talking about gamma, we're not talking about alpha particles, we're not talking about anything heavier than forms of energy. And yeah, I don't think it goes past the microwave spectrum, but that's for them to answer. Thank you. Radio power should be relatively innocuous and easy to mitigate. But yeah, frequency range and power output.
Yeah. We'll have them come up afterwards. But thank you. Thanks very much. Charles Meyer might be our last speaker. Oh, okay. Do we have Charles Meyer? Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Most of what I wanted to say has already been said. I just wanted to talk about the co-location possibilities. Verizon has no problem having something up on the mountain. There's nothing in the valley. AT&T could do the same thing up on the mountain. I don't know why they haven't considered that. I'm totally opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That brings me almost to the end of our speakers cards. Now, yeah, but he's with the owner, right? Yeah. So, you're Mr. Hallinan, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We'll get to you in a minute. Did the McComas ever come back, or are they still? So, okay. All right. That brings us to the end of the speaker's presentation, I believe. Yeah? There are a lot of people outside. Okay. Who have tried to get a speaker card. I don't know if that's the case, but it might be nice if someone asked.
Do me a favor and ask them.
Are you unable to project over these speakers out there because it's impossible to hear out there?
We have a pretty limited PA system here, I have to say. It was basically set up just for this room.
There doesn't appear to be.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for checking.
T-Mobile is offering a $650 discount to switch from AT&T.
Thank you. That kind of concludes the public input portion of this. And I don't know that we are going to get much more this evening because it's really just a discussion item. I did want to ask the AT&T people, do you want to respond to any of the things we've heard tonight?
Hi.
I would choose your words very carefully, actually.
I handle a lot more of the design and the jurisdictional issues, but I've heard a lot of the comments, and we didn't actually start getting these letters filtered in until we had already finalized the design, which is unfortunate, because. But since I do have a business decision authority for AT&T, given some of the design limitations that we do have, if the commission would like, we would like to give a revision to our design. We'd like to drop the height by 10 feet, the overall height by 10 feet to try and better enclose. That is the limitation of our engineering at this point. I think 65 feet was chosen because there was some kind of a loose codification. So.
Thank you. We've had a lot of input from the public now, and we'd like to get more input from the applicant. So if you don't mind keeping the noise down, thank you.
Another comment I've heard that we might be able to address is the noise from the air conditioning. We can change the design to an outdoor cabinet configuration, which would be marginally less, and it might provide an answer to some of those concerns, as opposed to a prefabricated shelter. And the last design, and this is all just what I'm hearing from the comments, and I've just been able to think about from a design perspective what we could do, is I do have the authority to remove the generator and place a plug, which we could, in the case of an emergency, bring in a generator for emergency power. These are all design options that I can make in real time, and we will have our architects and engineers revise that design and repropose it, just to try and address some of the aesthetic concerns. Obviously, there are other concerns that I cannot address. AT&T operates within the FCC guidelines that have been established, and I know that both your hands are tied and mine. So I can't, as a non-engineer, I can't comment any further on that. I know to address the gentleman's concern, the spectrum range was provided in our application, and again, I'm not an engineer, and I don't want to give numbers that may or may not be accurate. So I apologize for not being able to provide that, but it is with the application. So if the commission will allow us to revise the design to more aesthetically meet the community's needs, then we would like to resubmit it.
Yeah, thank you. We are going to have another meeting on this, and we'll look forward to seeing whatever revisions you can make in your application. So that, I believe, concludes this portion of the meeting. Does anybody on the commission have any comments to make before we move on? No? I think we'll take a break here for about 5 minutes and then resume our meeting.
Excuse me, can I just make one comment? Maybe
Sure.
for our future meetings?
You want to come up to the speakers podium?
Maybe for our future meetings, you could have some speakers out there, just temporarily. And then also, we couldn't see this presentation. I mean, we're here as your guests, and could you have a monitor hanging from here or something so that we could see any presentations that
Yeah.
come up?
We're actually thinking that we may hold this in a different venue the next time we have this thing, because
Like probably at Nordhoff High Gymnasium would be nice.
yeah, we're Chaparral Auditorium. We were. I know a lot of people were interested in this, but this is actually the first time I think we've actually filled up the entire room and had people spill on here. So we were unprepared for that. Anyway, we will take a break and we will come back in about 5 minutes.
It is great. Know the government, the process of speak your mind.
Well, I know, but you had that stick. That was in that Oh.
Commissioner Merck, or Chairman Merck, you're going to discuss the continuance? Okay.
Okay. So we're going to call the meeting back to order. All right. We did have, staff informed me, we have to formally announce that we're continuing this meeting. So we need to agree on a, do we need to agree on a date, or do we just?
We should agree on a date, just as another point of order, the other component that we talk about in the staff report is actually receiving further input from planning commissioners with respect to design issues, or frankly, any other issues that you heard here tonight. Staff would appreciate some sort of guidance from the commission prior to discussing the continuance.
All right. I'm sorry we didn't get that in when the public was here. Do any of the commissioners have any comments? Because we asked that earlier.
My first comment would be, unfortunately, I think that would be inappropriate after everyone has left.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I think since the audience has been excused, I think the action today should be directed either to continue to a date certain, but I think we should actually direct us to renotice this. So new notices would go out.
Yeah.
And we were told by the reps of AT&T, they're considering amending their application. So when a revised application is received, the new notices on for both CEQA purposes as well as for the hearing would be sent out.
Great.
And I think the secretary would keep a list of all the speakers and make sure that everyone who spoke would be mailed a notice, as well as the normal mailed notice within whatever our mail notice.
And also the people that sent letters in.
Absolutely. So you'll have we have a mailing list now that we will supplement to our regular notice list for this. And it'll be after, but it'll be renoticed once we get supplemental materials from AT&T.
Great. So does staff have a date in mind for the subsequent meeting?
I would say since we're getting new information, I said we don't really know at this point what that's going to be.
Okay. Well, we will just leave it to a date uncertain then. We need a motion for that, I believe.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Lawrence. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motions, and this is the motion to continue the item to a future date.
Correct. Future date, but it's a date uncertain. Yeah. All right. Can we have a roll call, please?
I have a question, just so I understand
Sure, yeah.
it.
Sorry.
In the past, when we've done these continuances, it's done to a date certain when we are not going to renotice. Because we are going to renotice this, we don't have to do it to a date certain. Is that
That's correct. That's
Okay.
Yeah. It'll be like a completely new meeting, basically. Right.
Glenn?
Yes.
Foster?
Yes.
Becker?
Yes.
Crabtree?
Yes.
Merck?
Yes.
Nolan?
Yes.
Osborne?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Okay. We are going to attempt to move on. The next item on our agenda is an ordinance entitled Water Efficient Landscaping Standards, amending Article 12 of Chapter 2 of Title 10 of the Ojai Municipal Code. Could we hear from staff on this, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Joseph Fletcher, City Attorney. I'm taking the unique role here of doing a staff presentation. Normally in my career, I'm told that lawyers aren't allowed to do staff reports or presentations, so I'm taking advantage of the time. Actually, because of all the work that was done by Commissioner Nolan and others on the Planning Commission committee the last couple of years, I've taken that work product and produced the proposed ordinances before you tonight. As you are aware, the history of this is in 2006, the state adopted uniform statewide landscape water efficiency standards and mandated that all local governments adopt permit local governments to adopt local implementing ordinances, meeting the basic requirements of the state law. They also did a unique thing, and they promulgated, the state staff promulgated a model ordinance, which is really what everyone in the state's been working from. And if you've seen it from prior meetings of the commission, it's a pretty large and comprehensive document. As a matter of law, since 2010, that has been the law in Ojai, because we did not adopt a local implementing ordinance. And the mission of the commission and staff has been to work over the last couple of years to try to craft that local implementation ordinance, which is what's before you tonight. My approach to this was, we have a unique situation. We have a fairly extensive landscaping standards in Article 20 in our zoning code already. Article 12. And rather than attempting to redraft that and fold these water efficiency standards into that, I took the materials prepared by the Planning Commission committee and used them to adopt an amendment to subsection 1205 of Article 20, which is before you, which contains all the mandatory requirements found in state law. It also attached to this, and the vast majority of that language comes from the materials prepared by the Planning Commission committee. The balance of the work product of the Planning Commission committee is attached as recommended guidelines, because there's a lot of technical material in those, as well as requirements for submittals and guides for for checklists for preparing plans. We recommend those be adopted as guidelines. They're done legislatively. You'll recommend them to City Council. City Council would adopt them. But if we want to amend those over time, it's simply easier to do and more of a working document than you do with a code provision, which is a pretty static document. What the fundamentals of what you find in this amendment, which is a new section 1205, is a set of criteria for submission of materials to come into compliance with the fundamental requirement of the state law, which is what's called the maximum applied water allowance calculations that are required for all applicable landscape projects. And I actually followed the lead of some other local governments, and where we actually are adopting the formula as part of the code. So it's clear up front if someone reviews the municipal code, that calculation requirement is laid out in the code. There's also required submittals that are necessary to do that calculation to establish what the water budget for a proposed project are. And so those are all set out also in the proposed ordinance. It's called the landscape documentation package, made up of a project information form, landscape plan, a hydrozone plan with the water budget and estimated water usage. That's really the core of this. Landscape soil reports, irrigation plans, irrigation designs, and if applicable, some grading plans. I included definitions taken from the state, primarily from the state model ordinance, and those are also in there. So this is my what I've attempted to do here, and I'm pretty confident there, that this is the minimum the state requires us to do. There are other things the city could do to go above and beyond. Some communities have done that. I have not attempted to address what's in Article 12, all our other landscape standards, and I have, through this ordinance, given the responsibility and authority of the Community Development Director to synthesize the current submittals required by our landscape ordinance with the landscape documentation package. It may be, we may find, and some of the response from you this evening may be to do some additional work in terms of jiving definitions and things like that, to make it as manageable of a set of regulations as possible. We could also choose to recommend the ordinance and then do additional work on guidelines and administrative regulations to do the same thing if you wish. That's my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for staff?
I have a couple questions on the definitions area. The landscape area, we don't, and we've run into this a few times with staff on some projects. This defines landscape area, and we don't include, this indicates that we don't include parking lots, decks, patios, gravel or stone walks, other pervious or non-pervious hardscapes, and non-irrigated areas designed for non-development. It's come up a number of times, particularly commercial projects, where we're trying to determine the landscaped area, and in a number of cases, we're trying to make something work. And so I don't think we ever really came to a decision on it, but in some cases, we look at paths that are decorative and look landscaped, and we think, well, that's a landscape area, because it is, and it's pervious. It's not impervious or hard decking. Is this something the state is requiring in this definition, or something we have some ability to work with?
And I will defer to Ms. Nolan on a lot of these technical questions. This is the definition we took, and I think this came out of what we have taken from the model ordinance. I'm not telling you that you couldn't. In this area, I'm not sure, you probably have some discretion to make it work. But I would actually defer to Ms. Nolan on that.
Okay. Yeah, I'll comment on the definitions. What page are you on, Troy? That'll help me. I'm on the same page that you're on.
Page 5.
Five,
So
okay. I'm gonna take a look.
up towards the top.
Did you say B or C?
B.
B,
Oh, yeah,
and
attachment
page
B.
5, right. Okay, there we go. So basically, this list of definitions is part of the state ordinance. So it's not anything that we, added. We reviewed all these in the process of going through the document, and we found it was easier just to not mess around with them and leave them as is, because these definitions are also available like on the state website, and no matter what municipality, we're talking about Ojai here, but it's consistent throughout the state. And so in this case, I would say a landscape area is referring to an area that's pretty much receiving irrigation. So it's not a hardscape area, which could even be let's say like a DG or a gravel path. Does that answer your question?
So if you irrigate your DG path, which some people actually do,
But technically,
where would that fall?
if it's irrigated and you're watering it and there's irrigation on it, then it would fall under this.
And if you don't, it wouldn't.
And if you don't, it wouldn't.
So
Typically, most people do not irrigate a hardscape area, but if they did on their plan and it was submitted, then it would have to be included in the calcs as a landscaped area.
Okay, well.
Because it's receiving the
you can
water.
see where I'm going with that.
Yeah.
Because the applicant could say, and it might be beneficial to the project, saying, well, I'll just irrigate that area.
I will say that an applicant probably wouldn't do it, and the reason I'm saying that is a hydroscape or hydrozone plan is required.
Okay.
And you're only allowed to use a certain amount of water based on the evapotranspiration rate of your community, so there's one for Ojai. And then, and if you look at the calculations, then you do the square footage of the landscaped area, and all your plants have a different number that is indicated for how much water they use or water that they could lose. And you have to put all this together, and based on your square footage and your ET, evapotranspiration rate, you're only allowed to use so much water. You can't exceed it. So ideally, you wouldn't want to be over-irrigating an area that didn't need irrigation. So I mean, you could, but you probably wouldn't want to, because that would limit you then, say, in your planted area or your plant selection, because a lot of plants use more water than others.
Right.
So it's not saying you can't have turf, it's not saying you can't have azaleas, it's not saying you can't have any or any plant material. You just have to make sure you don't exceed the water allotment.
Okay,
And I've
that's-
actually done some projects, bigger projects, and they turned out really nice, and it wasn't limiting, but you just had to do the calcs.
So will this override essentially override our current commercial landscape ordinance?
You mean landscape for commercial areas? As far as the water uses, I would say yes.
Sets the water usage standards.
Right.
So should we also be looking at, some of the requirements we have for commercial are really old. And so one of the things that we need to change is we basically kind of encourage a lot of landscape in commercial. And we're really trying to achieve, it's not that we're not trying to achieve more landscape. We love landscape. But we kind of constrain ourselves to the older ordinance. What we need to say is we want to see more, less water being used in these landscaped areas.
Right.
So I'm kind of interested in, how that's going to fit together. Because we've run into this on commercial projects where we're like, do they have the minimum number of landscape? Well, you don't want to use a ton of water on the commercial projects, and you don't want to see a lot of concrete either.
Right.
So how is this being addressed?
It's a good point, and Joe, this is actually the conversation that you and I had
Right.
on the phone yesterday. So we have our Article 12, and basically the new water ordinance, just deals with a portion of it. But at the same time, there's a lot of overlap, and I'm not sure if we decide to adopt this, that we have some conditions, or if it's even necessary, because you said it was a living, or could be a living document. I think the next step is that we need to go further into Article 12, go through it, because there are some things that are outdated, and there's a little bit of overlap between the two. So, and maybe even with some of the terms, and we had discussed that. So I would say that would be the next step, to eliminate any confusion and actually to make sure we're in full compliance.
If I could add to that, Commissioner Becker's comment about whether it works potentially counterproductive to our expectations. I don't know how much we've, since 2010, how much applicants in Ojai have been required to go through this MAWA calculation. Because I think maybe the approach would be to test this, see, as applications come in, if an applicant says, wait a minute, you want me to put all the azaleas and turf and high water things in there, but then I run my your efficiency standards don't let me do what you tell me you want me to be. My sense is maybe better, unless there's some obvious things that you, as applied, can see in the code, I'd kind of let that flesh itself out when applicants start trying to meet these standards. And obviously, I'm a huge fan of stealing bright ideas from other people. So if there are other cities in the county that have some experiences with, maybe either banning certain plants or things, it'd be wonderful to take advantage of that experience. The whole idea here is more of a qualitative analysis and a quantitative analysis of setting landscaping limitations is, I think, what really underlies this statute.
And I think the conflict would be, and exactly what Troy brought up, there's a chart in Article 12 that says you must have a certain % of ground cover, which is really outdated. It shouldn't be in there, and other items. And then when you go into the new model ordinance, the water ordinance, I mean, basically, if you have a certain amount of square feet, okay, that triggers that you're going to have to do the package. And then it says, we're not telling you what plants you can use, but you can't exceed this water usage. And then also in Article 12, we do encourage low water use, California natives and what have you, but that's kind of nebulous too. I mean, there's natives that take a lot of water. So that's the kind of language that needs to be brought up to date. And truthfully, I think if we can do it sooner than later, it's better. It makes it easier for the applicant, it makes it easier for staff, and same here with the Planning Commission. We don't want to have projects in front of us and they're trying to sort it out and fumble through it. Let's just do it right.
My comments are sort of along that same line. When I first read, I went straight to the ordinance because that's the law.
Right.
And I was marking up, it's only 6 pages, but I marked up a lot of stuff, but nothing in 1205. Right? That's what's being revised here. But the rest of the ordinance is, really needs some work. So I'm a little.
Yeah, I agree.
And then when I go to the guidelines, they don't jive with the ordinance.
Yeah,
So
there's some overlap.
Yeah.
And there's some things that don't jive.
And my other comment that I was talking to Joe about is when I do a lot of coding work, and there's a pretty strong difference between an ordinance and a guideline. And a guideline is usually, a guideline. We'd like you to do this, and please do that. But in these guidelines, there's a number of shalls. You shall do this and shall do that. And maybe that's what we want to accomplish with it. And I think, Joe talked about how he wants the guidelines to be a little more flexible, but I would think we at least need a preamble to explain how the guideline, the ordinance is the ordinance, this is a guideline, and how that works.
And if I could respond to that, thank you very much. Yeah, we just talked about today. I went back and read the supplemental, I won't call them supplemental materials. And actually looking again, there really should be really called administrative regulations, because they're almost all shalls, because they really lay out what we want in terms of submittal documents and the content of those submittal documents. That's the bulk of what's in that material. It's really not, there's some help in terms of examples of how to do calculations. But otherwise, it's what a preliminary plan needs to be, what the contents of each of the submittal documents under the landscape document package has to be. So maybe it's a semantic issue here. I would maybe call these administrative regulations, because they're almost all mandatory. Because it's what and then I take this almost verbatim from what the committee had done. It's really telling the applicants what we need in terms of a package for the submittal. So in that case, it's probably they're not guidance. They are in fact regulations, and they're all shalls. So maybe, but I think we make it clearer. There's a small preamble at the front of this. We're happy to make that more clear. How they're going to be applied.
So then explain why that wouldn't just be in the ordinance, because as a practitioner, it's often annoying or difficult when you have to go from this packet to that packet in order to try to comply.
I chose this course because it's voluminous, and there's a lot of material in there. That's a little difficult to codify, and we could, over time, we could decide that you want to change the content of those submittals. They could be simpler. Maybe you may find out that we don't really need certain things in there, and you may recommend to staff to change that. Or you might find there's, we've gotten a couple applications, and there's always some additional information we want to see in those applications. So the guidelines, the regulations could be amended more easily than amending the municipal code. That was the reason. That it's a little more of a living document, because they deal more with not with what you shall do, what you're allowed to do or not do, but really what you're required to do when you submit your application. They're an implementation of the application process, not so much as a standard for performance.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to add, and I'm perfectly fine with whatever the title is.
Yeah.
But we synthesized that material from the new model water ordinance and from the landscaping standards, Article 12. We did add some information about tree protection, but it's required, and we pulled that from the tree ordinance. So basically, it's, you know, it's, it is, I mean, they're required things. I don't know how much we'd want to change, but the things that were in the state ordinance that are shalls, we can't change.
Correct.
So, just comment on that.
Yeah. If I could add one is, in a few other communities, I've looked at, Oxnard, for example, did everything by administrative regulation. They didn't put anything in their code. They simply said that the guidelines dated this date shall be the regulations of the city, so everything is in an outside document. I think that's less helpful in my experience than putting your basic regulatory language in your ordinance. But there's there are a million ways to do it. If you felt it's all better to put all of it in the code, I'm uncomfortable putting big formulas and examples. I just from a legislating standpoint, legislative drafting standpoint, I don't like a lot of things in the law like our exemplar calculations and things like that. I think they're very necessary to help folks have some understanding of what to do when they run these formulas. But those are the type of things that really are guidances, but really wouldn't belong in the code, but ought to be in something official that's promulgated by the city.
Yeah, my kind of opinion on this is, I think a lot similar to what the general public would have if they knew about what's going on right now, which is there's a lot of reasons to hate this, what the state's handed down. And Kathy and Tom did a tremendous job of whittling that down in that round that you presented not too long ago. And none of us envied you doing that, because you look like the bad guy no matter what. Because you're basically saying, the state's handing this down. When you really look at it and read it, you go, God, this is like, actually it was a lot like the building code update. You're just going, really? So I think what we have to do, because we're basically having to abide by state requirements that we don't necessarily like, is as a city, we need to go in and make the modifications that you're suggesting, the next phase. But I think maybe on a parallel track, we need to notify city council that this is a budget item, because really what we need to do to our community and the applicants coming in is give them material to help them understand this. And that would probably include something in English that's pretty easy to follow. And it may even include, working with the Master Gardeners Group and some other people to do some demonstration projects that people can go to, and then highlight commercial and residential projects that have been through the process and say, we can take you there. The biggest problem with this thing is it's very, very hard to understand. I mean, the minute you put in something that, what is that wonderful word that I'm sure the words in here are incredible. Transpiration, something like that. You just can't, I'm sorry, you can't throw that in front of a homeowner that's going to, redo their landscape and go, here you go. You just got to comply with this. We really need to have documentation in English, in plain English, that says, hey, as a city, we have to comply with this. We're going to help you comply with this. Here's some basic guidelines, and here's a couple demonstration projects that you can go look at, and here's some resources, people that you can talk to help you with your project. Ultimately, it's got to be stamped by, the appropriate personnel to approve the usage of water in the plantings. But you can get a long way on your own if you need to.
I think a couple of things to point out is that not every project's going to have to do this. I mean, you've got to be, I think it's 2,500 square feet for a commercial project, and a residential project, it's 5,000 square feet.
Great. I could add, if it's particularly the homeowner is trying to do, that's
Right.
actually 5,000.
That's
If it's
5,000.
if it's a developer residential, it's 2,500. But if it's a homeowner project, the ones we're all kind of thinking about, it's
Right.
a 5,000 square foot amount of landscape area, right?
And it's not just someone, it's a project that you're going to be pulling a permit
Right.
for. That would require you to have landscape plans. And I will say this, I know a lot of this looks really daunting, but a lot of it on the I'm just going to call it the checklist right now for lack of a better term, that we put together, that we pulled out of this document in Article 12, a good percent of it is already required. The nice thing is it's user-friendly, so staff can, I know I've said this before, I'll say it again, but staff can use it, the applicant can use it, and typically the projects that are coming through are going to be projects that are going to have an architect or a landscape architect, and they're probably going to hire a licensed contractor to do it. So a lot of the terms on here are not going to be foreign. I mean, as a landscape architect, I'm familiar with a lot of these terms, and I use them a lot, or use them in my work. And now there's some new things that came out in here, but that's okay. So as far as doing like demonstration projects, I'm not even sure that's really necessary. But I will tell you one thing, and I've actually talked to someone else. Joe mentioned it could be a living document. If I remember correctly, the state in the ordinance does mention something about including educational material. And we had used a template from this, I can't remember if it was the county or the city of San Diego, but they had the ordinance in there, all the technical data, all the things that you need to do, but they also had a lot of educational components. So if a homeowner who does not have to go through this process but says, hey, I want to cut back on my water use, they could go onto the city website or come and get a copy of this. And there are like charts and graphs and little pictorials that give you just general information, and I think that's kind of what you were getting at to make it not so daunting. It's educational. And then also it included like a recommended plant list, which would be good. And then also a list of invasive plants, also a list of plants that you'd want to use if you were in the urban wildland interface, if you were in a fire zone. So they had that in their document, and we were hoping to do it. We just kind of ran out of time, so to speak. But I do have someone, and I talked to them, so I would like to pursue that and include that. And those are those educational features that I think would help anyone. So it's just a matter of committing to do it and taking the time.
Could I add to that? And that type of material, is done unrelated to the ordinance. I mean, it's neither, and if you're inclined, I don't disagree. I mean, when I started this and looked at some ordinances and looked at what the committee had put together, daunting, because I really had to really synthesize because it's not in the state law. What is it that the state is really telling us we really, really have to do? And that's what is in 1205. I try to put everything in there that would make sense to belong there without it looking too terribly bureaucratic. We could take things like definitions out and put them in the regulations also and make the ordinance even simpler.
Right, I think I saw 1 page or 2 pages.
I've seen some of the very, very simple. It's some of this is stylistic. So if there's a sense, I think my recommendation, the important thing for the commission, the council, is to get a local ordinance on the books so we don't have to tell people that they've got to go to the state model ordinance and say, here's what you have to do. And to some degree, it's just broader than what we've got here. I think under the section 10-2, 1205A 123, the projects is applicable. This is the narrowest interpretation that we could come up with. So, we've pushed the envelope where we can, particularly the 5,000 square feet for the homeowner led project. If it's the sense of getting that through, and we could choose, you absolutely could choose to take up the issue of the regulations or guidelines or guidances next instead of at the same time. If nothing else, you've got a hearing before you and then a hearing before the council and second reading and adoption. You've got a couple of months between the time before it ever goes into effect anyway. And if that helps getting the policy decision through, which is, hey, we've got to get this on the books, and I think it's very, very fair and straight to say this is better for Ojai to adopt this ordinance than continue to operate in a vacuum. It's a hard sell in this community. I understand that, but it's actually easier, and it reflects really what is really important and what's mandated. There are requirements, there are provisions in the model ordinance about cities and organizations adopting educational programs and audit opportunities for existing landscape owners. I chose not to incorporate that into the regulations. It's not, we're not required to do it. It's obviously very good public policy. But it's not required to do that, and that's really a policy issue for you to recommend, like a budget issue, to recommend to the council what additional effort should be taken. Also, one additional point about that, that model ordinance assumes in many cases that the city is also a water purveyor, and they have regulatory control over the water purveyor regulations. We're not a water purveyor. So we don't have the direct ability to control the use of the water directly as Casitas and Golden State, and hopefully if you see just Casitas, has jurisdiction to do that. So that, in some cases we don't have all the tools that some cities have who have a water department, or the county is, who would also adopt water use regulations generally.
Great. Thank you. Any other input from the commission? So are we in a point to adopt a resolution on this? Everybody?
This is a public hearing item, so you didn't need to open a
That
public
is
hearing
true.
and take public testimony.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone who wants to speak on this issue? All of a sudden, we have no one to speak. Thank you. Could I have a motion to close the public hearing, please?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you.
I'll second the motion.
Sherry?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay. Any discussion, or would someone like to recommend a motion?
I've got some more discussion on it.
All right.
Like I said, I've got no problem with 1205, but I've got issues with the other 5 pages of chapter 12 or Article 12. So you've looked at it. How much effort would it take to fix that?
We've actually went through it to some degree, and I've made notes on things that I think should be changed. But I could imagine, probably within a couple of months, that's, having several meetings and what have you, getting it done and having a draft of Article 12.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody interested?
Actually, I would be.
Well, maybe we could do.
I mean,
we
it
could do it,
is
yeah.
what Ojai is about.
Oh, I agree. Yeah,
Greenery.
Exactly. So it's trees, it's plants, it's water, it's the soil, and the environment. So yeah, I mean, I spent all that time doing the checklist, I'm calling it tonight, but I really do think that the Article 12 needs to get cleaned up. So if we, through our discussion, felt like we needed a little more time, I'm not trying to push this through.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not ready yet. I'm open.
That's where I would lean is, a little more work on it.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask just clarification from the Vice Chair? We're talking about materials in attachment D in the staff report, which is the balance of Article 12?
Yes.
Okay. If that's, I eventually had to, cut off the effort someplace, and I felt uncomfortable proposing other changes that really are more substantive, unrelated to water efficiency. Sure. If I don't just from a good legislating standpoint, it makes sense. Perhaps you want to continue the item. I could work with either with an ad hoc committee. Maybe Mr. Crabtree should sit down with us and go through that. And I could work with Ms. Nolan and staff. We could come up with further amendments. Be happy to do that. It's been 4 years, a few weeks isn't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Well, in fact, we were discussing conflating the tree subcommittee and the complete streets for various reasons. So maybe we should put that discussion on an agenda. I think that would be what I'm saying is there's some work that needs to be done on it. It could be done in subcommittee, and we've been talking about reorganizing the subcommittees.
So perhaps we're not ready to vote on this tonight.
Well, we could still call it the model water ordinance, because initially when we started this, our goal was not to just do that, but to incorporate Article 12, which we did to a degree, but there's more to it, and I agree that it needs to get done. So I don't know if we still want to call it that or call it something new, or the subcommittee.
Yeah, I mean, the follow-on question, and I look again at implementation, is all of these checklists are for conserving water, right? Now, do we have another set of 26 pages for landscape plan submittal, for grading plan submittal, for, see what I mean?
Right. If you look in Article 12, the information about now, and that was the thing I talked with Joe about. So we called it a preliminary, what did we call it exactly? I have to go back and look.
It's in Article 12 now?
No, not the Article 12 right now.
It's a concept
Refers to
plan.
a concept plan and landscape
The
plans.
detailed landscape plan of the
And in
terminology.
the new model ordinance, and which includes the checklist, we called it, here I found it, the preliminary landscape plan rather than a concept plan. And then the landscape plans we called the landscape documentation package. So there's a conflict there. I mean, that's semantics, but we need to clear that up. But the information that says, oh, you need to have a landscape architect stop it, you need to, or stamp the plan, it needs to have a north arrow, it needs to have a scale, all of that is in Article 12, but it's also now on the checklist.
Right.
So we pulled that out. So that needs to be, I think, taken out, or you would have to advise us how that would technically or legally have to be done.
It can be in both, to the extent that the purpose of the checklist is a one-stop place to tell people what they have to do. It can, the code currently requires all plans shall be stamped by a licensed architect or engineer, whatever is applicable. The fact we put it in the checklist also just is pulling all that requirements together in one stop place. It doesn't have to, it needs to be. The important point is that the code is the actual regulatory standard, and so if we're requiring plans, other of course in the state law, but if we're requiring plans to be stamped, for example, that should be in the municipal code section, so that it's law.
Well,
that's up to the...
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have a problem with, passing this. I'm kind of looking more towards, you and Paul and you. It's whether, if we know that this is going to be addressed over the next few months and it makes it easier process-wise to pass this first and get the readings going, that's one thing. If it makes sense, now let's make these other changes and do this later. What's the suggestion?
My sense of listening to you is that you'd rather see this more formally integrated into, just so that all the various sections of Chapter 12 use the same terminology. My only concern is if there are just policy things that you want to take up, really not related to the form of the ordinance and terminology, but rather you would take up substantive things you find in attachment D. That could go a long way. Let me make a recommendation. If we continue this, because I continue this a month, and let me work on a revised draft that just addresses terminology. Now that I hear the input from the commission, maybe I can give you an ordinance that adopts the section 1205 and then synthesizes far better the brings the sets of the plan requirements together, so that and so we amend some other sections of Article 12, so it all works with one set of definitions, or at least one set of terms. I mean, we have new definitions that aren't in the code currently, and maybe you could look at that, and if you're more comfortable with the format of that, then maybe you can move forward with that side of it. If you want to take up just substantive issues that you find in our current outdated requirements of landscape standards, you got to sit down with a committee of some sort to do that. I don't know what your preference would be.
Thank you.
Both. So we want to make a motion to continue this to the second meeting in February? February 19th, is that acceptable?
Is that not
That
the
gives us plenty
same?
of time to, and
Okay, so
I'll
we'll
probably
continue-
circulate drafts to people.
Okay, so continues to a date certain of February 19th, 2014.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Nicklin?
Wait, do we have any further discussion? No? All right, can we have a roll call, please?
Nicklin?
Yes.
Foster?
Yes.
Becker?
Yes.
Crabtree?
Yes.
Merck?
Yes.
Nolan?
Yes.
Osborne?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. I appreciate your input. Item 5 on our agenda, thank you all for staying so long, is a concept review, CR 1302, for input on a new separate 2-story building at the rear of a property on an existing board and care facility for the elderly located at 602 East Oak Street. And I understand Commissioner Osborne is going to recuse himself from this because he lives too close to the facility. And could we hear from staff on this, please?
Yeah, good evening, Commissioners. As mentioned, we've got a request for a concept review, and the purpose of that is to provide the applicant with comments regarding the proposed design, and also give the applicant a preliminary indication of whether or not the Commission could support the project. In summary, the project, or the subject site, is located at 602 East Oak Street. The parcel is approximately 3/4 acres in size and is currently developed with a 4,136 square foot single-story residential care facility. The proposed project requests a modification to the existing CUP to allow the construction of a second 7,358 square foot 2-story residential care facility within the northern and undeveloped portions of the parcel. The facility would have a maximum height of 25 feet, and the lower floor would include 10 new bedrooms for elderly residents, along with some support facilities, including dining room, kitchen, laundry, and TV room. Also, restrooms and storage closets. The upper floor would include 2 residential apartments that would be used for nursing home staff and their families. The total residential square footage on the property would increase from 4,136 square feet to just over 11,000 square feet. The total building coverage after construction would be approximately 8,430 square feet, or just over 25%. Vehicle parking would be increased as part of the project design. Currently, there are 8 existing parking spaces that that support the existing facility. The proposal would include 14 additional parking spaces within the rear portions of the site, including 2 additional handicap spaces. In addition, the project would add approximately 1,674 square feet of new landscape area, bringing the total to just over 7,000 square feet. In terms of the project's general plan compatibility, the project was considered to be generally consistent with the existing residential structures and is not expected to significantly impact views or reduce the privacy of existing neighboring properties located to the east, west, and the north. With respect to zoning consistency, the project is located in the high-density residential zoning district, which is intended for areas appropriate for single-family housing and a transitional area to the village commercial district. One important item to note is that that residential care facilities in general are not specifically identified as a permitted use in the city's zoning code. In fact, a residential care facility is actually not permitted by right in any zoning district within the city. However, the zoning code does state that other land uses are allowable by a CUP. After staff reviewed the existing project, it determined that the single-story residential dwelling adjacently, or the existing single-story care facility currently operates under a conditional use permit, and thus it is assumed that the proposed 2-story residential care facility could also meet the CUP findings. The project is consistent with all the city's setback requirements. The proposed structure is also consistent with the zoning district's height limitation of 30 feet, as the proposed project is only 25 feet. The parking is consistent, as I mentioned already. From a design standpoint, the project would require the issuance of a design review permit. Therefore, staff is requesting that the Commission consider the project's consistency with the fundamental urban design principles illustrated and discussed in the city zoning code. Some typical items include community context, continuity, scale, and mass. In the opinion of staff, additional architectural enhancements should be incorporated into the design of the project to ensure neighborhood compatibility, and additional landscaping may also be appropriate. Conceptual development plans have been reviewed by the city building official and the County of Ventura fire inspector. In essence, the city staff got general comments back from these two agencies, and they required that the project meet all state mandated building codes, and that the project would need to meet all required fire department conditions, including the access requirement, which are included as an attachment to the staff report. The project would also need to comply with the National Pollution Discharge Elimination System requirements, or NPDES requirement, to limit the discharge of storm water during construction and operation of the facility. As described above, staff has identified a few potential issues that include on-site parking and urban design and architecture. One item that I forgot to mention was that although the parking spaces provided would meet the city's total parking count requirement, the current design should be modified to provide 4 covered parking spaces to provide adequate covered parking for the upstairs residential dwellings. So that's a slight modification. The total number is okay, but they should be covered to meet the city zoning requirements. In addition, staff is looking for the commission's input on urban design and architecture associated with the project, and if planning commission thinks that there are any issues with respect to the project's adjacency to the existing flood control easement or flood control improvements, those should also be discussed. With that concludes staff's presentation, and we're available for questions, and I believe the applicant's here to make a presentation, and I'm sure they look forward to your feedback. Thank you.
Does the commission?
One other note, that 300-foot radius is not required for concept reviews. However, they did mail them out to 300-foot radius.
Thank you.
For comment.
Proactive. It's good. All right. Do commissioners have any questions of staff? No. All right. Can we hear from the applicant?
Evening, Commissioners. I know your time is valuable, so I'll try and be brief. I do have a full set of plans here which I can pull out and point to answer any questions. I'm going to stick around afterwards in case there's anybody left to have any questions. We do want to listen. That's why we send out the letters, and that's why we're here. I do have a brief introduction to the project from our standpoint, and it does answer a couple of points, and then we'll hear from what your responses are. I'm sorry, my name is Ben Turner. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
So Man Vista Men has been providing care and living facilities to Ojai's elderly since, and I was going to say 1988, I just found out today that since the 70s, Marjorie's Guest Home was what it was previously called. I wasn't here then. So we're submitting for a modification to the existing CUP to allow them to expand to answer the growing need in our community. Residents of Ojai deserve to have the opportunity to continue to live in a home-like setting in the city that they have called home. These residents have included our teachers, firefighters, and others who have contributed to Ojai's community. The staff at Man Vista Manor have had to turn many people away because the facility is full and there remains a waiting list to this day. We have planned the expansion to fit in with the surrounding neighborhood, but understand that this is a time that we receive comments and suggestions from those here today. We welcome your input and will try to remain open to making changes that can accommodate before our actual submittal. The presence of the upper floor units will reduce staff trips and allow backup staff to be available to answer any needs of the residents and support the other staff that are on duty. After reviewing the staff report, I've seen that there was a suggestion to step the elevations to lessen the impact on the sides and the front of seeing the second story. Although there's very little to see from the street, and we did place story poles there to get a photograph, that's how we generated the rendering there. We will review the design once more to make changes for our submittal. We are limited in space and we're trying to keep the upper residential floor viable. I'm hoping that the additional architectural features that we can incorporate might include a smaller step, color changes, perhaps a stone veneer base, something to ground the building a little bit more if that's a concern. As was mentioned, the views from the street and the side, there's a lot of existing vegetation. We can add landscaping close to the building if you want to try again to sort of bring the building down a little bit visually. Although not required, as mentioned, we have taken the opportunity to mail local residents about the project, and I'm here to listen to the public as well, and hopefully get some input from you. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the applicant?
Okay. I have a couple. The elevations on A 3.1 seem to indicate that there are balconies on the second floor, second story. But, but I don't see that in the plan of the upper floor. So for example, the north elevation appears to show a balcony, a second story balcony. But the north side of the upper floor plan doesn't indicate that.
It's a good point. There's a patio shown on the upper floor plan, but I can see that what isn't shown is where it extends around. So I'm just trying to get my head back into this. It's been a long time since I actually reviewed this while we were waiting. We'll address that. That's probably, I don't want to stand here and try and bluff my way through.
Okay.
It does appear you've got a point, and if it does, as it looks,
it's a point. I went to the site and I noticed that on the north side there's really a blank wall. Your neighbor is a blank wall.
Which elevation am I? Should I turn to?
The neighboring property there.
The north elevation. You've got it there.
The north elevation actually faces
away from the street.
Well, actually faces towards the street.
No.
Away. I beg your pardon.
Yep.
That's right, 'cause that would be south.
Right, it looks like the site plan and the elevation should be flipped.
Oh, I see.
Looks like, so in other words.
Now it all becomes clear.
Or vice versa. You could flip either one. But on the site plan, it shows that the blank wall is on the northern elevation. So technically, to me, if I read the site plan, which is A 2.2, and I read A 3.1, the south elevation should actually be the north.
The south elevation is in the back.
Correct.
That's
Correct.
what we're saying.
Not facing the street.
Right. So actually, your plans are correct. This is the age-old elevation problem that we've had before. You can see them differently. So your plans are correct if you look at it as that south elevation on the bottom is actually in the back of the you drive to the back and that's what
But
you
it's
see.
on the north side of the building.
Correct. It really
Correct.
should be the north elevation.
So actually, the easiest switch of all would be to switch the north arrow on A 2.2 to point the other way, and then your plans are consistent.
Is that actually true?
Let me try that. Let me try switching my mind around now.
Just to be clear, it threw me off too. I was looking at it the same way Paul was. But we've had this discussion about, you can actually see these things differently depending on how you're interpreting the elevation.
This is the parking lot.
So that balcony actually faces a front building.
That's
And your
right.
plans do depict it that way from the plot, the upper view. So,
Got it, okay.
you know,
Okay, so then,
Okay.
now I understand. The only, I might have a question if, whether you've talked to the owners to the west of you, because they have a little garden, sort of communal area that this westerly balcony would be looking right down on. The northerly one, I don't see a problem because the building on that side is just a blank wall. So that would be one thing you might want to think about is that westerly balcony looks right down on the neighbor's garden area.
Yeah, what we were planning to do was, make our presentation here, hoping that people might show up and
Yeah.
from the public and have questions. Now, I guess our next step is to do a little proactive outreach ourselves, make the changes we need to on the plan, knock on some doors, give them the opportunity to speak when they can, or invite them over, and do that. I got to tell you, just as a side point, Ventura County does not allow. They don't have any method for doing what we're doing here, which is just dipping our toe in the water and seeing what public comment is. So it's nice to be able to do that, because sometimes I go and present CUPs at Ventura County and have a storm, sometimes of misinformation that's been circled around by people. So it's really nice to be able to just come out in the open and say, hey, we're thinking about doing this, and what do you all think?
Yeah.
And I tell clients, invite people around for cheese and wine if necessary to try and gauge it, because too often neighborhood coalitions form through not understanding what the project is, and we could have worked this out earlier in the stage. So that's why we're doing this, and it's great.
Right.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming in for the concept review too, because it makes a big
You
difference for us.
have one neighbor here in the audience.
Yes, and we also have a speaker's card from Susie Salguero.
Oh, good.
So we're going to get to that. It's a
How,
lot.
how
there's a lot
many
more to come.
residents is this going to accommodate in combination with the existing? Can you tell us a little bit about the demographics of the users of this?
I'm going to defer to the demographics on the type of care that's being offered at the
Right.
moment to the applicant, if we can invite her up in a minute. What we're looking to do with the future plan, these type of occupancies require special review by the fire department, also the state. So part of our dipping our toe in the water here is to find out whether the commission feels they could support the project when we come in with a full submittal. In between these times, we're going to have to go and do more studies to try and find out exactly, how many occupants and what we're offering. Obviously, with 10 bedrooms, that's our limitation right there. But as to an exact number for you, I'm going to have to wait until we've made some more investigation ourselves.
Okay.
Do you want to speak a little on who the sort of person that, and the sort of care you offer?
Can you come up to the microphone here? And can you state your name and let us know?
Hi, I'm Nikki Perez, and I'm the owner.
Okay.
The occupancy would be up to community care licensing. So they would be the ones saying, I'm allowed to have 10 ambulatory residents, 5 non-ambulatory residents, and of those 5, I can have 5 hospice residents. So it's up to them to decide ultimately how many that we can have. And that's a whole new process.
And that's independent of the architecture and everything? Is that
Yes.
right? Yeah.
Yes, they would come in and they would decide upon staffing, upon how many rooms, upon the amount of care, what they will let us have. And with the fire marshal, by the way.
Yeah.
So they work in conjunction and they'll give us a license, which will be similar to mine. I think they will just increase it to what they agree to.
Now, what agency are you referring to?
Community care licensing?
Community care, is that county,
State licensure.
That's state? Okay.
Yes.
Well, good luck with that.
Thank you.
What is the, and I'm familiar with your facility, what is the actual parking requirement that you have, given the nature of your patients and things like that? Do you find, I mean, I know a lot of people do park off-street because of the convenience there on that, just pulling in and going in through the front door. What, in your mind, what is the actual parking requirement? Do you see a lot of these spaces being used by staff, by relatives? What? Give me your perspective.
It's pretty much a mixture of both. I mean, staff parks in the back parking area, period. That's just our general rule. Family comes in and out. They can park on the street if they choose, but some choose to park inside. And some residents have cars.
How many staff members on any one shift would you have in this facility, would you say?
Is that including the staff that lives on site?
Yeah.
So 2 probably that are off-site.
2 off-site?
Mhm.
Do they have cars, or do they live locally?
They live locally.
Okay. Yeah, I just found it interesting that we were there visiting a friend, Dirk, the tennis coach. He passed
yes,
at your
I do
facility,
remember.
right?
Yes.
And it didn't seem like he used a lot of the spaces in the back. There just didn't seem a need for it, really.
No. A lot of my staff carpool. Some of them walk. They live close enough where they can walk, and some of them don't drive at all.
Okay,
So they have family members drop them off.
all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I was going to add, the thinking behind, we didn't include a carport at the back of the building. We were hoping that the screening of the building itself and the vegetation that were there would mitigate having to build a carport there. I defer to you. I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, it's part of our regulations just for residential, but,
Okay.
yeah. Do we have any comments on the architecture? Views, Mr. Foster, anything?
Sure.
Jump right in there, you know?
Yeah. Well, right now, I'm just happen to be looking at the, kind of relating to what Troy, about parking. So one of the things I see that I think that it could be improved is, I'm thinking of all these people there, some ambulatory, some not, and I see them stuck in a room. And I don't see any effort to really create outdoor common space, a welcoming, livable, well space for them. And that has to happen. This is not about containment, it's about health and welfare. And I'm wondering if that building can slide back some to create a larger common area and deal with, get something in there in the way, in terms of protected patio covers, overhang patio covers, just something that would be inviting and communal. And I think that's really important, and more so evidently than the parking in this case. But I'm not quite sure if you have the 25 feet between your double corridor parking there. Do we have room to slide that building back to create more interior space between the two buildings?
Yeah, I think we're right squeezed on the parking
On the parking, you're
corridor.
there?
I don't
Because
know
it looks, there seems to be, you got a 5-foot setback from your, I guess your tire stops there. Okay. Well, that to me, I think, is an important aspect of this whole thing.
I just wanted to offer there that, and this sort of came from the client, is that the interior of the building, the way that we designed the floor plan, and the outside, a lot of the residents walk laps. They actually like to walk around. So we're going to be having a handrail on the inside wherever we can, because they do, I mean, I'll let the applicant speak as well, because they walk around and we design the interior for that as well. So we designed the corridor around. What were you thinking in terms of, it's like a communal area in the lawn here, trying to do something here? Was that the idea, or?
Create a common space that gets people outside to enjoy the outdoors. There's protection from the sun. It's welcoming. Place to play cards, to talk. I mean, just socialize away and out of the building. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll have a crack at it.
Yeah. So that was one thought. The other thought is, I'm looking at the architecture, and you've already alluded to the fact that you're looking at adding design elements. To me, it's obviously it's a square, it's a block. It's not very interesting. It needs some work. I'd be interested to see what you can do about that to make it appealing.
Yeah, the thoughts I was mentioned that came to mind, we're trying to ground the building a little bit more. There was some concern in the staff report about there just being, too much wall. But we don't want to, we can't, to make it viable, step in, we can't lose 10 feet to step the top side in. So we'll do our best. I was thinking of a rock wainscot, of putting a large piece of trim and changing the colors.
I don't know if that would be enough in my eyes. I'm thinking there may be some trade-offs. Maybe you might have to eliminate a room or two or something to give it some interest, to make it look, give it some, get away from institutional feel, if you will.
Okay.
Okay.
I had a comment too, and I agree with Stephen about having an outdoor covered area that becomes a public space. And I think, as you pointed out, that lawn area could easily be covered, and maybe the overhead could be covered to the door entrance that you're proposing. But I'm sure you'll come back with something fun and interesting. And I know you've only got a 5-foot strip on the north side between the parking and the property line, but that could actually be included in your landscape area.
Yeah.
I would think that you could add that. And then I'm guessing the paved area that is on 3 sides of the proposed building is just basically access and also for the patients to go out and walk and do laps. And, initially I was going to look at or suggest maybe using some different surfaces for some of the hardscape, but I'm wondering, if they're in wheelchairs or walkers and you need to have it really simple and easy to clean, that maybe the concrete, but maybe you could do something a little fun with the concrete, meaning color, something just to, once again, get away from that institutionalized look.
Yeah, every room downstairs that the residents are living in has to have an exit.
And that's what I thought.
Yeah. So we are limited somewhat because it becomes a path of travel on the surface that we use.
Right.
Everything's got to be smooth. But we'll look at we'll look at some example projects to see what could be done to liven it up a little, make it more interesting. We'll do that.
One of the things I was going to say, and we've brought this up before with other projects, and we made variances or changed the conditions, and when you file for things, there's minimum parking requirements and things like that, which we actually, as a planning commission, haven't addressed. And I'm familiar with the facility pretty well because I was there pretty often during that time. There's nothing about the parking in back that brings people back there to park. In fact, people don't want to go back in this building to park there. It's really a long drive. It's totally inconvenient. I would prefer, and I have to defer to my other commissioners, of seeing this building maybe, have more depth, have a little more architectural interest, maybe moving that west side back a little bit and creating more open space in front like Commissioner Foster was talking about, and maybe lose a couple spaces, maybe have some angular parking in the back so it's easy to get in and out once people that have been there understand that, oh yeah, it's an easier turnaround back there than the whole street thing. Maybe playing with that, reducing the parking requirements, which we've done before. I don't know, is it Josh or Josh? We've done that a number of times in the past. It does depend on all the commissioners agreeing, but it also depends on what your real requirements are for parking. You need to accommodate. You can't have a bunch of people, not being accommodated there. So it's something that, if you come back and you can bring compelling reasons for doing it, that give us more landscape, maybe more trees in the back, things to look at, make it architecturally interesting and landscape-wise interesting. Permeable spaces back there, really cool. You're going to need probably a trash enclosure somewhere. You can play around with that and some trees. I think things like that to improve this building, as Commissioner Foster said, might be of interest to me. And I don't know about the other commissioners. I don't want to talk on their behalf, but I think there may be an opportunity there. The other thing is stepping down that west side of the building like you did to allow solar access to that neighbor that Commissioner Crabtree was talking about. I would actually be interested, Ben, if you worked with staff and looked at our proposed solar ordinance on that particular side of the building. It's not northerly, but I'd be interested to see what you've done now, if that actually complies with the proposed ordinance. I think it does, but you're right on the 5-foot setback. Yet you did step down that side. I'd be interested to see where that line fits, if you wouldn't mind, because it's something we're going to have to contend with, and it also gives us some perspective on the height of the building as it goes up. That might be kind of cool to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sort of with you guys on, I'd rather see some green space for humans rather than paved spaces for cars.
Yeah.
On this side. And following up on that, when you started talking about moving it back a bit for that, I looked again at the existing home, and I'm doing a lot of research on solar and passive solar and that sort of thing now, and I see that the existing home is actually a passive solar home. In that a passive solar home is lengthwise to the south with the windows on the south, and then with eaves that block out the sun during the summer. So you get the winter sun on the warming up the house, and yet the summer sun doesn't. And most of the studies showed that you save up to 40% of your energy just from passive solar. And And then I looked at your elevations, and it's almost as if, again, let's flip north and south around, because all of your windows are shown on the north, on the back of the building, instead of facing forward to the south, where you could actually make it into a passive solar building if you had your windows on the south side. And then they'd be looking down into this little park-like setting that Steve was talking about. So again, you're getting a lot of comments about it, and these aren't requirements, but it's suggestions.
Another consideration could be, you've got all this existing driveway in front here, of losing some of the, just where you've got this lawned area, bringing that out, in that area there, yeah. Yeah, and getting rid of some of that asphalt, and that'll open it up, and then doing the covered area like we talked about. And,
Okay, yeah.
Good. Well, thank you.
I just wanted to say I'm in agreement with, if we can lose some of the parking space and have that be more green space. Yeah, do it.
So we have a couple of people from the public here, and I wanted to make sure we got comment from everybody. Do you want to? This is your big chance. I appreciate you.
I'm well trained to come here and listen.
Okay.
Bring him back to report and tell him.
All right.
That's basically it. But where do
Can you come up to the?
Are we the west side?
Yeah, you can come up to the microphone.
From here?
I know, but we got.
It's for the recording.
We're on the west side and south side?
No, so.
Well, what side are we on?
You're on the side behind, yeah.
You're west and north.
West and north.
Yeah, I mean, it was funny because you guys were talking about
South is across.
water earlier, and you keep talking about green.
Yeah.
You can't put too much green in, we don't have any water. So, where are we? Your building considered to this be, south or north? Because I'm thinking north is the mountains, right?
Yeah.
North is like Topa.
No, north is
Building would be
north off
north.
Peak.
Your building would be north of this?
North Peak is north, isn't it?
In general, the new building is north of the range is north of. They're the other side.
The valley goes east and west, right?
So if you're facing mine on the left-hand side.
Oh, like it just goes on.
That's kind of northwest.
Well, I'm thinking he's
enjoying this, aren't you?
He might be.
You're enjoying this.
Or that's under common ownership.
Where,
That meeting going on over there.
yeah, where your two-story.
Paul, don't you have an app for this that would show us,
It's Google
John, you're
Earth.
losing control.
I'm trying to figure out what direction.
It's been a lot worse. Put it that way.
Get them to do nothing.
Let's get his name for one.
Exactly. Could we get your name, please? We
Bill
didn't-
Wiseman.
Thank you, Joe.
What's your address? We'll tell you where you are.
I live right next door to them. 514 East Oak Street, Apartment D.
Okay.
Right across the pathway from them, and they're right. Their
West
seniors
side.
walk around the park.
West side.
It's the west side.
So that was our, we talked to our
community
residents
garden?
about all that, and that was their idea. They wanted to be able to, because walking up and down Oak Street, there's not sidewalks. So we
Yeah.
put the path all the way around the building so they can get their mileage in. That's what we call it, their mileage. It's a mile club.
We're very rural on East Oak.
Yeah.
But we did get the street paved. We're happy. We're very happy.
Yes.
As are those of us that ride our bikes down Webster
Extra
Street.
sidewalk in front, but
But basically, the only problems, and I'm not gonna bring it up now because we'll see how it goes, but we have a sewer line that runs across that property. We have water lines that run across that property. Because originally, that property was owned by Phil, and he wanted to develop it. But they basically said, well, you can develop it, but you have to be able to turn a fire engine around in it. He says, well, that'll take up the entire field for a fire engine, so he never developed it and he sold it. So basically, we have a right-of-way through there because the end of 601 is fed off Drown Street. So it comes up to where that guy moved his house over on Drown Street. That house that was moved, he hit our water line. He repaired it, but we don't know for sure whether our sewer line drains out on Drown, because usually when you run water, your sewer runs the same as your water. So since our water comes off at Drown Street, and we know it comes across that field to feed those back buildings, something's going to have to be done there before they start developing that property, because otherwise they're going to hit them. So depending upon what happens, the owner wants to know at what point we need to start looking into doing this. Because we don't really know if the sewer runs out to Drown. We know we have a pipe that runs across the river, 2 pipes that run across that area right there. We know our water feeds in there, but we've never had a problem with that sewer line backing up. And considering as many trees that are in this town, you know, I mean, across the property, we do have annual, every 6 months, we got the snaker out there going through the sewers. We've never had a problem with it, so we don't know if it's hooked back into the system and comes out on East Oak, or if it comes across the field. So we're just trying to keep abreast of what your decisions are gonna be, so I can report that back to him, and he can say, okay, what are we gonna have to do? So that's why we're here.
But you bring up a good point, Ben, this is another thing we should talk about, is when we see lawn, we're not all that thrilled because of the water requirements. What we prefer to see is low water landscape. And particularly with your design, you can work with that and really make it look, you know, really nice, quite frankly, and lower your water bill, which I'm sure you would appreciate. So the more you can get rid of lawn and create, you know, more natural paths and natural areas using low water landscape, that's a big, big benefit both to you and also we tend to look at those projects more favorably because architecturally they're more inviting than just a bunch of lawn. So keep that in mind too when you go forward.
And just a comment along the lines that Troy was going, it may be the kind of thing where you could take the lawn out even in the front and then have a lawn in the back where you may want it in that common area as a green space for the residents to use. Just a suggestion, or something to explore.
Okay. And then, Susie, we have a speaker's card for you. Would you like to speak?
Susie Salguero, I live at Whispering Oaks Senior Housing, 999 East Ojai Avenue, number 93, the best apartment in the whole complex. I was your neighbor for 3 decades. I worked over at Help of Ojai. I was the hospice bereavement elder care counselor, and I did a lot of home assessments and home visits constantly, helping families deal with their elders. And when it came time to help my neighbor, landlady Heather Young, find a place to live when she no longer could live alone, we all need to look at that. Between now and the very last, next to the last day of your life will be a time when you need the help of others and somebody will tell you you can no longer live alone. And some of us are lucky to have families to look after us at that time. And many, maybe most of us, need to find a good assisted living place to live. So I found for Heather Young, I found Mountain Vista Manor. And it was so wonderful. As humble as it looks, the care is sublime. I took my mother there. My mother lived her last months there, and I have every intention of living there myself. However, it's very small, and please give it every chance to grow. It's not the outside that's so important to us. Many of the people living at Mountain Vista Manor don't ever have families visiting. I don't expect to have any visitors, but I do expect the care that is inside that is so wonderful. So I really encourage you to help them in every way you can, for my sake. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie. Appreciate you staying so late to talk to us. So, any more comments? Any more reaction from the owners?
I wish I had an advocate like that on every project.
Yeah.
Just to mention briefly, the sewer lines, the company I work for is actually also an A-listed contractor, as we're probably aware now. We've got the advantage of having dig alert. I guess we'll probably do a little exploration before we even get to that point to find out if there's anything big down there. It sounds like we may need to go and speak to the sewer district. We'll do that. Just to briefly recap, if I may, what I've written down here, maybe livening some of the concrete that we do need to provide a path, make it a little bit more interesting. Outdoor sitting, perhaps trees in the back. We've got the potential to reduce the parking. Got to think about a trash enclosure. Maybe stepping down the west side, looking at the solar lines. Fix that balcony issue, make sure no one's feeling like privacy is being invaded, and fix the plan to make sure it reflects what's actually going on in the elevations. And keep in mind that the next door neighbor has a passive solar house, so looking at that. So that's what I've got on my list. If there's anything else that I've forgotten, I'd shout out. But that's what we'll be thinking about prior to our coming back with our submittal.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I really appreciate you coming in.
I didn't use all my 3 minutes. I forgot to say thank you so much for putting up with what you all have to tolerate to do your job.
Thank you for noticing, Susan. Okay, thank you very much. We will move on to our director's report.
Okay.
You have to move your sign over too, so otherwise we don't know who you are.
Okay. The first part of the director's decisions that we've had recently, we've had a couple of rebuilds, and we were able to legalize a number of second units under the second unit compliance ordinance. Sherry worked diligently to get the final steps going from the planning perspective after building gave clearance. So we had 5 of those that we were able to clear. The next item is our code enforcement. We did quite a lot of activity in October, and then as November came with the lighting ordinance, we did a major mail out. We had some height things that we were doing, mail outs, and everything took a dip during the holidays. So we are revving back up. The new director comes on board at the end of the month, and we want to try to eliminate as much as we can on our list before she gets here to start the position. So we've been working with our code enforcement officer to go out in the field and really get everything up to date after the holidays. And the third item that's from the director is with regard to our future agenda items. We, at the joint meeting yesterday, discussed having a potential for a joint meeting with the Building Appeals Board on January 29th, and I'd like to poll the commission and verify their willingness to meet on the 29th. And we'd be discussing the second unit compliance guidelines and looking at both the building aspects and planning and going through those guidelines in detail with the Building Appeals Board. And then that would result in recommendations that would then be sent on to the City Council for determination. So that would be on the 29th of January. On February 5th, we're still holding a slot for the Recycle Center. We are working with the applicant. Commissioner Becker has helped us immensely. Heather, our assistant planner, worked with the applicant, and we're looking at various sites, and we've narrowed it down to a county site. We're working with the county at this point to see. They only would require a zoning clearance, which is a pretty basic step of you do certain things and we'll give you clearance and you can go ahead and operate. It's not a use permit through the Board of Supervisors or anything that way. So she is pursuing that angle at this point, and we will see where that goes. But right now we did keep a slot on February 5th for her. We have a conceptual review of the Gables subdivision on Olive Street at Montgomery. We have the height ordinance workshop. You got a little preview last night at the joint meeting, but this will be, we have sent out letters to, Sherry has diligently sent out letters to all property owners of residential properties within the city. So, I mean, we had a major mail out on that. And then we have various items of the housing element that's going to be coming to you. Some of them are required to be done before the February dates so that we can show the state that we have done them, and then they can hopefully approve our housing element. There's some other aspects that will be included in that just we can get started now on getting things going on the implementation. And that's where we stand there. On the 19th, you just continued the landscape ordinance. So if you have any questions on those areas, I'll be happy to try to address those at this point.
Do we have any questions for staff? Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have could I make a quick comment?
Sure, jump in.
It's kind of generated from the cell tower. And I know we had discussed this at our pre-meeting yesterday. What's necessary to have a procedure developed when a new project comes in that staff, or maybe we had talked about possibly a planning commissioner attending the meeting, and basically it's just a meeting before somebody submits a project to say, hey, we're thinking about doing such and such, and getting some feedback so we can eliminate issues.
What I had talked to
potential issues
various
like we had tonight.
commissioners about is that
Yeah.
the one aspect with the city that I've noticed at this point, and that I will be passing on to Rob Clark to pass along to the new community development director, is that we are lacking right now in a development review, a roundtable discussion, which most cities do. And it's something that as an application comes in during possibly that 30 days that we have to review an application for completeness, get the parties together, sit down, review the plans, see what the main issues are, whether there's further information that's needed, what kinds of information, and pursue that. It's lacking with the city right now. I think that they previously may have done that during the height of the development going on in the city, but I think it's taken a little bit of a dip, and I think it needs to be more than just our public works and planning and possibly building. I think we need to broaden it out and look at various issues as projects come in.
And I guess to dovetail with that too, the other thing would be that the noticing process, to somehow come up with a close to foolproof procedure so that it's done properly to eliminate.
It was more of how the notice was written, and there was, we included additional information and to our own detriment. You know, trying to be fully disclosure ended up, we needed to have relooked at things as to how things went out. Everything was going out pretty quick, and that's when things happen.
As a side note to that same subject, one of the issues I have with this cell tower thing is this is one of those kind of community confidence issues where the community nor us really have the expertise to determine whether something's needed or not. And quite frankly, I don't think necessarily anyone really totally believes the applicant in this case. It would be nice to know if there are independent experts that can determine if there are alternate sites or need for such things like the tower that we could go to. Like, you know, right now we can go to Rincon for certain things, or we can hire an independent engineering firm to give us more advice.
Right.
This area, we really don't have any experts that are independent that we can reach into. And I think it would go a long way to the community for us to say, you know what, we found someone, they've done an assessment, and you know, here's the real story. So I don't know if that's possible, but
I
it might be
appreciate the
needed.
comments.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments for staff? It's time for our city council liaison report.
Oh, man. Those kinds of nights are tough. They really are. Very emotional kind of situation that we're all in, you know.
I think the jury's still out on so much technology, and I think that the internet gives so much information, and sometimes it's accurate, sometimes it's not, and the emotions run really high, so it's really hard to sit through something like that, I have to say. And so I jotted down a couple of things. Regarding that, it was the crisis of confidence from the community, I think, is really a lot of what we saw. And then when that happens, you get anger, and then people strike out, of course. And poor staff, I felt like I had cooties over there, like I wanted to get away from, so you start feeling like it's just, it's just emotional anger. And I can understand that, because so much of what's going on now, I think, in the world is we have these outside agencies that are passing these laws that come in and overrule a community's laws, even, and the desires of a community, and leaves the local leaders powerless. But people don't know, they don't understand why we can't do something. And it doesn't matter, it seems, how much you say. We don't have the power, kind of like the smart meters. There's just there's a disconnect there, and for some reason that just doesn't click. And maybe it's because they're so frustrated and they want to have the power back in their community, and it's being taken away a little bit here and a little bit there, and so, tempers flare. So it's not a pleasant situation. I really appreciate you guys sat through that. On to other things. The Housing Element Reform Committee that Carl Morehouse is leading for the RENA process is proceeding, and there's going to be, I think, 5 more meetings over the next 5 months, addressing each kind of issue that communities in the Southern California area have with the housing element process. And last night at our meeting, we spoke with Rob Clark about the various things that we could approach the RENA Reform Committee about that we feel should be considered in the process. Among the things that we suggested were having cities of a population of 25,000 residents or less having different density standards. Standards that are more fitting for a community's character rather than a density standard that is applied to larger communities. That's one of the things. Another thing is, again, resource constraints. And among those resource constraints that we, as a council, wanted Rob to go back and emphasize with the RENA Reform Committee was that because we're a sole source water, we don't have the California Water Project at our disposal. We have rainfall and runoff, and that's it. And that one of the things that in our confined valley is that we have county and we have city. And when the city is required to allow or to put the SPL on to different properties to allow for potential development, that development's going to impact our resources. And if we run out of those resources, ironically, within the city limits, particularly water, we don't have to give up the water, the ag in our East End does. And so one of the things that we instructed Rob to go back and try to kind of not infiltrate sounds like a sneaky, but to suggest is acknowledging that there are certain situations within communities that you have to acknowledge when you're giving these numbers, that you're impacting another jurisdiction's economic livelihood because of a mandate from the state has to be considered in your quotient when you start giving out RENA numbers. So that's a couple of the things that he's going to go back and talk to them about. And hopefully there will be some reform, and clearly there's other communities in Southern California that are feeling the same pressure, the lack of decision-making power, and again, the state coming in and telling the community what they need to do, quite often without regard of what's best for the community. So hopefully that's going to, yield something in the end of the day. The styrofoam ban did pass last night, 5-0. And that's going to, there was really no objection. No one came forward and said that they didn't want it. There were a couple of letters of objection that were sent into the city, mostly about, I think, displaying a lack of understanding of what really we were trying to accomplish. And sometimes we don't communicate as well as we can, and we just all try our best, but sometimes we fall short. And I think the communication maybe into the community didn't reach some people to have them really understand what we were going to be doing. One thing that's unique about our styrofoam ordinance is that it is really more comprehensive than a lot of other communities, in that it also includes in the ordinance that a grocery store can no longer sell styrofoam cups, styrofoam plates, styrofoam bowls, styrofoam peanuts, styrofoam coolers. So this reaches into another area that hasn't been done in California. So we'll see how that goes. Santa Cruz, though, is reaching out into that area more. We're kind of partnered up in a way with this, and it seems to be working with them, and hopefully there won't be much objection to that, because it's really important to start addressing how we're polluting the planet, in my opinion, speaking as an individual. And then the other thing that's coming along is the height ordinance. As you know, that little thing that Amber did is great with the houses. I think that's really going to be helpful for people to be able to see visually what is being talked about. And I think we're really getting somewhere with this. And I know it's gone back and forth a lot. I think it's helped clarify really what we're wanting to do as a council as a whole, as far as helping to protect people's sunlight, their access to sunlight, when we do start developing again, when money loosens up and people start remodeling. And quite often in small communities like this, people want to go up because they really can't go out. And so I think it's going to be really helpful to show people what it is, how they're going to benefit as far as sun for themselves, and how it really is going to help everyone all the way around. So hopefully that's going to proceed, and we'll see how it goes. So that's basically it. That's all I have to report.
All right.
Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Subcommittee report.
We didn't do the subcommittee reports. Do we have subcommittee reports?
I don't think I need to say anything about the water one. We've talked about that enough. Complete Streets. So we're in the process of putting together the Strategic Growth Council grant. I'll just do a quick recap, but basically we're using our proposal from the last round that the one that we weren't awarded, but we've expanded the grant to include the neighborhood planning. And then also in our pilot project, which originally was starting at the Y, the intersection of 33 and 150, and going to El Roble, we've now added on from that intersection on Ojai Avenue to the eastern city limit. So that's generally the change that we made. And we've already put out the letters to get letters for support, collaborators, and partners. And we've gotten actually several of them back already. Of course, not from our main one, which is Caltrans. That might take a little more work. And then we're meeting regularly on a weekly basis to get it done. So that's that. And then Complete Streets, other things that we're doing is actively working with our Public Works Director, Greg Grant. And today we went over the Grand Avenue project, just some general selections for some requirements for street improvement on ADA ramps. And then he's got another, I think it was a TDA grant, and we looked at some several possibilities of what that submittal might be. And it looks like they're going to do include a Complete Streets implementation plan, which actually overlaps because it's in the Strategic Growth Council application also. But it would include bike striping or bike lanes and sidewalks in what did we say it was in the
pedestrian enhancement?
Yeah, pedestrian enhancement zone. So so we continue on, and we had a great turnout today. We had a full table in the conference room. It was very exciting. So the more members, the better. And any questions?
So
yeah,
I was thinking that we should have on an agenda a discussion about whether the tree committee should be folded into the Complete Streets subcommittee.
Yeah, I mentioned this to Paul and actually mentioned it to Greg Grant. We've had a couple people resign on the tree committee. The tree committee is just ad hoc. We're not like an official, we're not a commission. The city uses the tree committee as it's an advisory board. And I just finally did hear back from one of the tree committee members saying that, they wanted it to continue on. But I'm just looking at some different options, and it really does tie into complete streets. Other than we did do more than complete streets, we actually did trees in the all public right of way, so our public property, which included the parks. So I don't know, maybe we should discuss a little bit more before we bring it here, maybe in our next committee meeting, and I'll talk to a couple more of the tree committee members. So it's just something we're discussing, and we know it's needed, and I know Greg, when I talked to him about it, he goes, "Oh no, we need you, don't dissolve." So we'll look at where it's going to go, but I think we will discuss it in a complete street. So,
Thank you. Any other comments?
We're we got our designation as a tree city.
yes, we did several years ago.
Are we posting that anywhere?
Well, the interesting thing is that there are requirements to maintain that status, and one of them is to have like an Arbor Day celebration, which the tree committee has done every year. And in addition, we have, I think it's 25 trees that we're required to plant every year. So we've kind of done some grants with the city, and then in conjunction with Ojai Trees, which is a nonprofit. So we do have to.
As you enter the city, 30 feet,
yeah, we
there's
have
a sign
signage
that says.
Yeah, and actually, I think it's on the east side too. I should know.
East side too.
I think I
And
go
then
by there all the
we've
time.
got the dark skies. I mean, these are
Signage.
things we should really be putting out there, because it
Oh,
actually
absolutely.
is a big benefit to
Oh, it
tourism.
is a big benefit.
So maybe
Yeah.
long term coming up with something at the I don't know, not Rotary Park, but somewhere near there that's more formal. Just
Mhm.
saying, hey, we went through such an effort on that. We really should put it out there in a really nice
Mhm.
way, because when people
Yeah.
come in and they're tourists, they go, oh, I've never been to one of those towns. I wonder what it means.
Mhm.
May kind of help us.
Yeah, there may be some kind of a kiosk or something, like you said,
Yeah.
at Rotary Park, so we don't get too much signage clutter, but informational would be good.
All right. That concludes our meeting.
Thank you, John.